Chapter 930 Purple Galaxy. That day, Chen Mobai was handling the affairs of the Zhengfa Hall when a message suddenly came from the observatory. Upon learning this, he immediately used the void teleportation technique to arrive outside the Earth star. "They're here." As soon as Chen Mobai's figure teleported into the vast starry sky, he heard a familiar voice. Qi Yuheng was already waiting on the sky and nodded to him. The two had only exchanged a few words when several more streaks of silver light appeared. These were the nascent soul cultivators from the three main halls, including Ying Guanghua, who remained at the immortal gate. "It seems they've all received the news. Dragon God Star has entered the edge of our star system and is approaching Earth origin star." Ying Guanghua spoke up. "The boundary gate will automatically detect other worlds that are close to Earth star and have living beings, and open the void portal in advance so that people from the immortal sect can go there. If the planet in the other world is weak and of low mass, it will be pulled off its orbit by the gravitational pull of the boundary gate and head towards the earthly star. However, after completing their exploration, the immortal sects would take the initiative to deflect its trajectory to prevent it from colliding with the earthly star. There are exceptions, such as powerful alien worlds like Pluto. The immortal sects will proactively sever the connection with the interdimensional gates and then conceal themselves with the heavenly canopy and earthly network array to prevent the approaching Pluto from discovering their existence. In extreme cases, the immortal sect will implement a final plan, to wander to another planet and leave their current location. Once they've confirmed there's no danger, they can either ride the Earth star back or simply not return at all. However, the immortal sect has not yet used this plan. According to the Star Observation Bureau's calculations of its orbit, the boundary gate has already had a certain impact on this dragon god star. Otherwise, it would not have entered the star system where the Earth origin star is located, but would have just grazed the edge. Based on the current trajectory of Dragon God Star, it should just circle around the outer edge of our star system and then leave. Gong Ajixu began to explain the current star orbit trends calculated by the Bureau of Astronomy. In about 2 or 3 years, Dragon God Star will be closest to Earth origin star. At that time, even without using the boundary gate, the starships of the immortal sect will be able to sail directly from the Taixu starry sky. Palace Master Qi and I have the void teleportation ability. Let's explore the star path first." Chen Mobai volunteered, and Qi Yuheng beside him nodded slightly. Opening the boundary gate also requires resources. If all 4 Dao palaces of the immortal sect were to be transported there, it would basically consume most of the void power that the boundary gate had accumulated over thousands of years. Therefore, if they could directly pilot the 4 symbols Dao Palace and the Starry Sky Warship to Dragon God Star from the Starry Sky, then the void power within the boundary gate would allow these high-level cultivators to travel back and forth between the 2 realms more freely. "Why don't I come along too? I can use the void teleportation skill." Wenren Zhu suddenly spoke up, saying that after she formed her nascent soul, she had been actively participating in various activities to restore the prestige of the Jumeng Dao Academy. She thought that with the 2 most powerful nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect leading the way, she could also enhance her resume. Chen Mobai naturally had no objection. In case of any dangerous situation, he could let her go and scout ahead first. Qi Yuheng owed her a favor for what happened at the Azure Dragon Dao Palace, so he nodded in agreement. "Then I'll have to trouble the 3 of you." Ying Guanghua handed the star map calculated by the observatory to Chen Mobai and the other 2, speaking very politely. "It's all for the service of the immortal sect." After saying this, Chen Mobai directly steered the Tei 5 Smoke Silk, carrying the 3 of them towards the depths of the starry sky. The star system where Diyuan Star is located is called the Tianyang system, which contains 67 stars of varying sizes that revolve around the sun. Diyuan Star, where the immortal sect is located, is right in the center and has the most suitable living environment. The immortal sect once occupied planets other than Earth origin star, but the environment there was unsuitable for human survival, and artificially establishing an ecosystem would be too wasteful. Therefore, after draining the resources that were useful to the immortal sect, those planets were quickly abandoned by the immortal sect. Besides these complete planets, there are countless meteorites. Most of the members of the Ascension sect are hidden on meteorites. However, a few high-level cultivators are on planets with harsh environments, using magic arrays to filter the light of the sun, moon, and stars, and absorbing the scorching and bitter energy of nature to cultivate with great difficulty. Beyond the Tianyang system, there is also a vast Zixel star river system. The 5 ancestors of the immortal sect came from an ancient Taoist temple in the Purple Cloud Star River, something Chen Mobai only learned after he reached the nascent soul stage. Throughout history, the divine transformation true lords of the immortal sect, whenever given the opportunity, would follow the star map left by the 5 ancestors, leave the Tianyang system, and head towards the center of the Zixel Star River to seek opportunities to reach a higher level. However, the Tianyang star system is merely a drop in the ocean within the Zixel galaxy. Even with the lifespan of a nascent soul true monarch, he might not be able to complete even 1% of it in his entire life. Chen Mobai, Qi Yuheng, and Wenren Zuwei are essentially the inheritors of 3 of the 5 lineages of the immortal sects, so they are familiar with this part of the content. The Purple Cloud Palace is said to have been left behind by the great supernatural being who created the Purple Cloud Star River. Back then, a great calamity broke out in the central Taoist temple of the Purple Cloud Star River, and the Taoist temples where the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect were located were affected and destroyed. They had no choice but to follow the ancient star map to come to the Earth origin star in order to find the inheritance of the Purple Cloud Taoist and reach a higher level. Qi Yuheng first recounted the contents of the notes left by the dragon ancestor in the Kunpeng Dao Academy. In the letter written by ancestor Changchun, he also mentioned the Zixel Palace. However, although he had the opportunity to enter and complete his cultivation technique, he was unable to wait for the 3 spiritual plants to grow due to the scarcity of resources on the immortal sex side. He passed away before his lifespan was exhausted. Chen Mobai was secretly alarmed by Wenren Zuwei and Qi Yuheng's words. Although he had also learned some things from Chengshu and Shangren, he had not learned them in such detail. However, this was not because Master Chengshuan intentionally concealed it, but because there was also an old ancestor Baiguang above the Wuki Dao Academy. The true origin and the Taoist books of the Cloud Fang Old Ancestor were in the hands of old ancestor Baiguang. So if Chen Mobai wanted to know everything, he could only ask old ancestor Baiguang after she came out of seclusion. However, Master Chengshuan had already given Chen Mobai a general overview, so when faced with the conversation between Wenren Zuwei and Qi Yuheng, he was able to manage a couple of forced ahas. In his later years, ancestor Changchun went mad, wanting to absorb all the spiritual veins of the Earth origin star to accelerate the growth of the Great Tune Tree. If it weren't for ancestor Longchuo and the spirit venerable of our sect caring for all living beings and resolutely stopping him, there probably wouldn't be the current prosperous era of the immortal sect, let alone us, the descendants of later generations. As he spoke, Qi Yuheng suddenly revealed a mocking expression, and his words showed some disdain for the Changchun patriarch of Jumeng Dao Academy. Chen Mobai knew about this matter. At that time, the rainbow spirit ancestor who mended the sky and the cloud fang ancestor who wielded their weapons both passed away one after another due to the 3-eyed clan's war of opening up. The leader of the immortal sect, Zhang Daoshan, failed in his cultivation of emptiness, and his spirit and soul were destroyed. Only the Kunpeng ancestor Longzhuo and the Jumeng ancestor Changchun remained. With his lifespan nearing its end, the old ancestor of Changchun planned to use the spiritual veins of the entire earthly star to refine the great Chun tree, thereby extending his lifespan and pursuing a higher realm. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by the combined forces of ancestor Longchuo and Spirit Lord. However, neither side could do anything to the other. In the end, ancestor Changchun swore to give up that idea, and the matter came to an end. This is slander. Our ancestor never had that intention. It was your Kunpeng lineage's Long Chu ancestor who knew he couldn't outlive Changchun ancestor and feared that after his death, Changchun ancestor would monopolize the earthly origin star. So, with a petty mind, he conspired with the spirit venerable to force Changchun ancestor to swear an oath. Our ancestor's heart is as broad as the sun and moon. He could never be that kind of person. Wenren Zhuwei, who was usually gentle, started arguing fiercely with Qi Yuheng. This matter is also an unsolved mystery in the history of the immortal sects. In any case, both sides have their own version of events and place themselves on the moral high ground. As for the Dance Weapon Academy, since Ancestor Yunya had already passed away by then, they were unable to participate in the battle between the two nascent soul cultivators and could only record the event. However, what is certain is that the reason for the battle between the two nascent soul ancestors was indeed because of the Great Tune Tree. Not long after the battle, Ancestor Longzhu left Earth Origin Star. However, decades later, the soul tablet he left at Kunpeng Dao Academy shattered, signifying the ancestor's passing. In his later years, the ancestor Changchun sat in meditation under the Great Tune Tree. Before his death, his body underwent rainbow transformation, and he poured all his life's essence and spirit into the Great Tune Tree, elevating this spiritual plant to an unprecedented sixth level. Because this matter concerns the reputation of their ancestor, Kunpeng and Jumeng's people almost always quarrel when they meet. However, since their cultivation levels had reached that of Qi Yuheng and Wenren Zhuwei, they naturally wouldn't fall silent after arguing with each other like the people below. Chen Mobai was not a talkative person. The three of them stood on Tei Wanliu and headed towards the Dragon God Star. About 20 days later, they finally saw their target. It looks like there's a mouse guarding the door. Qi Yuheng's eyes flashed, and the Candle Dragon Divine Eye technique was activated, allowing him to see the figures on several meteorites outside Dragon God Star. I wonder which experts from the Ascension sect these are. Wenren Zhuwei also spoke up, saying that every time a war breaks out, the Ascension sect will go to great lengths to cross the starry sky and find and enter the planet where the other world is located in advance. In fact, the immortal sects tacitly approved of this. Because if the other world is a powerful planet like Pluto, then the Ascension cult is just paving the way for the immortal sects. The Ascension cult understood this as well, so both sides acted in a tacit understanding. Palace Master Qi, it's been a long time. To Qi Yuheng's surprise, the people from the Ascension sect did not run away when they saw him, but instead greeted him. Who do you think you are? It's you, you stray dog. Qi Yuheng glanced at the person flying towards him on a meteorite. With the help of the Candle Dragon Divine Eye technique, he had already seen through their true nature and couldn't help but sneer. Chen Mobai stared at the figure hidden in the darkness opposite him, feeling a sense of unease. He felt that this person seemed very familiar to him. Who is it? At that moment, two more meteorites flew over. The two people on them had never seen their faces before, but their distinctive aura and clothing made him recognize them at a glance, even though he had once been the head of the Sky-Mending group. Master Shen Yuxuan and Ancestor Longhu. After the two vice leaders of the Ascension cult arrived, they stood directly on either side of the dark figure, clearly indicating that they were in charge. Seeing this, Chen Mobai already knew who this person was. Ascension to the cult leader. The top expert of the cult, so the feeling that Chen Mobai is familiar with, could it be that he has already possessed Yang Jing? Realizing this, Chen Mobai's brows began to sharpen. If it weren't for Bai Guang's intervention back then, you would have died by my hand long ago. The ascending sect leader spoke to Qi Yuheng, which was met with a burst of laughter from the latter. Amidst the laughter, Qi Yuheng's figure suddenly vanished from the Tei 5 smoke robe. He teleported in front of the ascended cult leader and threw a heavy punch with his right hand. With a loud bang, the dark sky that shrouded the starry sky transformed into a palm, blocking Qi Yuheng's fist. However, at that instant, the meteorite on which the Ascension Master stood cracked open and then shattered completely. The two Divine Imperial Pavilion Masters and Dragon Tiger ancestors simultaneously waved their sleeves, condensing powerful yuan qi into a shield to block the fluctuations of their battle. However, the meteorites beneath their feet continued to crack, forcing them to shift their positions and avoid the sharp edge. Rumble! When Qi Yuheng saw that the ascended sect master had blocked his punch, his eyes gleamed even brighter. The six powers Qi suddenly erupted within his body, and a nascent realm of boundless light took shape under his punch, dispelling darkness and annihilating evil. Chen Mobai saw the dark sky surrounding the ascended sect leader twist and condense under the impact of Qi Yuheng's light, eventually transforming into a dark serpent coiled in the starry sky, opening its blood-red maw to devour Qi Yuheng. Wenren Zuwei's expression turned slightly tense upon seeing this scene. However, Chen Mobai, who had fought Qi Yuheng many times in Xia Chishan, remained calm. Without even a breath, the dark serpent of the starry sky was pierced through by beams of light. Qi Yuheng, like a giant of light, split the serpent in two from its head. The force continued, even tearing apart the dark sky surrounding the ascending sect master. Chen Mobai saw a clean and fair face. It was Yang Jing. What is Kong Feiken good for? He can't even do this simple thing right. Seeing that the ascended sect leader had indeed possessed Yang Jing, Chen Mobai cursed Kong Feiken in his heart. He had said he would give Yang Jing a future, but this was clearly pushing her into a fire pit. If time could be reversed, Chen Mobai would definitely take Yang Jing back then and let Kong Feiken go to the Ascension sect alone. More than 300 years have passed, and your cultivation level has still not improved much. As Qi Yuheng spoke, he used the power of light from the 6 imperial scriptures to break through the dark barrier on the Ascension sect master's body and slammed a heavy punch into that fair little face. However, a dark vortex suddenly appeared on Yang Jing's cheek, swallowing up all the light power of Qi Yuheng's punch. At the same time, Yang Jing extended his snow-white, jade-like right hand, his 5 fingers forming a palm blade, carrying a dark, sharp edge, and silently pierced into Qi Yuheng's waist and ribs. However, accompanied by a crisp sound of bones breaking, Yang Jing's body flew backward. "Are you tickling me?" Qi Yuheng looked down at his suit and shirt, which had been punctured by Yang Jing, but his body was completely unharmed and spoke sarcastically. The 6 imperial scriptures, which use the body as a boundary, are indeed powerful. Yang Jing, expressionless, restored the 5 fingers of her right hand, which had been broken by the backlash from the 5th-level body tempering, while rays of light emanated from all over her skin. Her reincarnated body specialized in the dark section of the 6 imperial scriptures, which was precisely countered by the bright section. Chant! At that moment, a sword's cry rang out in the starry sky. A dazzling white light as bright as lightning was spat out by Chen Mobai. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a line of extreme sunlight that stretched across the sky and struck Yang Jing's head. With Palace Master Qi and the sect leader locked in combat, minor characters shouldn't get involved. But with a roar of a dragon and a howl of a tiger, a tall man wearing a dragon and tiger robe stood in front of Chen Mobai's extreme Yang slash. The dragon-tiger ancestor extended his right hand, and then dragon scales appeared on his palm, instantly transforming into a dragon claw. With a confident expression, he reached out and grasped the line of white light that was sweeping across him. Then blood suddenly appeared. The 5 fingers of the dragon-tiger ancestor's hand had all been pierced by this line of white light, and traces of blood appeared. One of the fingers had even been cut off. Wow, what a lad! As expected of a peerless sword genius, he's only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm, yet he's able to condense such a powerful sword aura. The dragon-tiger ancestor was slightly surprised, but he thought it was still within his expectations. He activated his dragon-tiger great technique to strengthen his dragon scale defense and suppress the extreme Yang slash. Then, he slightly tightened his 5 fingers and suddenly twisted off the white light. After blocking the extreme Yang slash, the dragon-tiger ancestor reattached his severed finger. Blood flowed backward, and in an instant his injury was healed. Changchun Gong. Chen Mobai was very surprised to see this familiar scene. Even Wenren Zuwei, who was standing next to her, was startled and frowned. She was certain that she was the only one in this generation who had mastered the everlasting spring skill. This is a spell I invented based on the everlasting spring technique. It is called the Heaven and Earth Everlasting Spring Technique. It can preset the perfect state of one's body. Once injured, it can be activated and restored to a perfect state. At that moment, the dragon and tiger ancestor on the other side spoke up. Who exactly are you? As Wenren Zuwei spoke, she took out a flower basket. This was a fifth-order magic treasure passed down from the Jumeng Dao Academy, which she had chosen when she attended the nascent soul gathering. Bringing this out clearly indicates an intention to clean house. What, you don't recognize me? Well, that's true. After all, I had a different face when I met you. The dragon-tiger ancestor spoke with a smile, and then the muscles in his face twitched, transforming into a face that Chen Mobai was very familiar with. The rain has just stopped. Then you are doomed to die today. Upon seeing that the dragon-tiger ancestor had revealed his identity, Chen Mobai said these words. Even though Yang Jing was now possessed, he still couldn't bring himself to kill Qing Nu because she was his sister. But he had no such scruples when it came to this guy in front of him. I was the one who said that, but if you're willing to hand over my daughter, I might let you go. As the dragon-tiger ancestor spoke, his entire body suddenly began to twist, and then he transformed into a black dragon, circling in the starry sky. Rays of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight began to gather, transforming into thunder, rain, storms, and frost blades. The dragon-tiger sect, an ancient heretical sect, has a cultivation level that allows one to transform into a true dragon and a white tiger when they reach their highest level. It is said that the dragon transformation scripture of the old ancestor Zhongli was based on this. The dragon and tiger ancestors had already reached the highest level a long time ago. Now transformed into a dragon, his aura is no less than that of Qi Yuheng and the ascended cult leader. I'm here to test how to break his everlasting spring technique. You wait for the right opportunity to make your move. Seeing this, Wenren Zuwei stood solemnly in front of Chen Mobai. Possessing the everlasting spring skill, she was not afraid of death and intended to use her own life to help him uncover information about the dragon-tiger ancestor. I haven't tried the physical body of the Changchun Gong yet, and I don't know if you, after being resurrected from the dead, will still be you. But at this moment, the master of Shenyu Pavilion spoke with a sinister smile. He had flown over at some point, and, together with the ancestor of dragon and tiger, surrounded Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei on the Tei 5 Smoke Luo. It's all right, I have a secret treasure protecting my mind. His divine seed cannot be planted in my purple mansion sea of consciousness. Wenren Zuwei transmitted her voice to Chen Mobai. As the person in charge of Jumeng Dao Academy, although she did not have as many magical artifacts as Chen Mobai, she certainly had enough to make up for her own weaknesses. Practitioners of the everlasting spring technique are not afraid of physical injuries, but they are relatively weak in terms of their mental and spiritual well-being. Therefore, there are spiritual creatures that specifically guard the purple mansion and sea of consciousness. Chen Mobai recalled the giant chun flower he had cultivated into his purple mansion sea of consciousness, and then looked at the flower basket carried by Wenren Zuwei, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Then you stop Master Shenyuxuan for a moment. I'll go and kill Ancestor Longhu. After saying this, Chen Mobai flew out of the Tei 5 smoke net and headed towards the dragon-tiger ancestor, who had already transformed into a dragon. Why don't we join forces? Wenren Zuwei was puzzled. She knew that Chen Mobai could unleash a fifth-tier sword strike, but that was definitely his trump card. For a nascent soul cultivator, it would take a long time to unleash it. Wouldn't it be better to have her, the perfect meat shield, in front of him? No need. He's just the dragon-tiger ancestor. I don't need to go all out to kill him. Chen Mobai shook his head, and then the realm opened, and a brilliant purple sword fell down. Kid, you're just indulging in some empty talk before you die. Chen Mobai's words were not transmitted, so everyone present heard them. The dragon-tiger ancestor sneered. Having transformed into a dragon, he opened his mouth, and a thick bolt of lightning condensed and erupted, like a huge pillar of light, carrying the terrifying energy to destroy a meteorite, directly engulfing and submerging Chen Mobai. 50 high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already negotiated a price with the purple lightning sword, which immediately became highly motivated and entered the extremely profound realm of swordsmanship with Chen Mobai, where the sword heart is clear. After being infused with pure yang energy, this mid-grade fifth-rank flying sword seemed to have been forged by Chen Mobai himself, becoming an extension of his arm, and in an instant, it unleashed a purple sword light that tore through the universe. The lightning beam from the dragon tiger ancestor was easily sliced open like tofu the moment it touched the purple sword light, and then plunged straight into the dragon in the starry sky. Before long, a huge purple sword mark pierced through the dragon tiger ancestor, splitting him in two from head to toe. A flash of purple light appeared behind the dragon tiger ancestor, and the purple lightning sword that had slain the enemy appeared. Chen Mobai turned around and looked at the divine imperial pavilion master who had just fought with Wenren Zuwei not far away. When Shen Yuxuan master met Chen Mobai's gaze, he shuddered and unleashed a storm of divine sense before turning around and flying towards the dragon god star below. But the purple lightning sword had already struck first, drawing a perfect arc in the starry sky and intersecting with the colorful escape light of the divine imperial pavilion master. Suddenly, a bloody gash appeared on the neck of the flying Shen Yuxuan master's body. Then, his eyes widened, his head separated from his body, and he fell towards the ground. Upon seeing this, Wenren Zuwei's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Although they knew that Chen Mobai was the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect, and his swordsmanship was also amazing, and his combat skills were even more rare in the world, the two opponents in front of them were not ordinary people. They were dangerous figures who had been listed among the top 5 on the immortal sect's wanted list for hundreds of years. Even if Qi Yuhang took action, he could at most drive them away, but could not kill them so cleanly and decisively with a single sword strike. After Chen Mobai killed the dragon tiger ancestor and the divine imperial pavilion master, Qi Yuhang and the Ascension sect master, who were fighting fiercely nearby, were also startled. What's going on? Has the immortal sect gained another nascent soul ancestor? Even Qi Yuhang, who had fought Chen Mobai in Little Red Heaven, was extremely shocked. Is this the pure Yang master with his sword in hand? The difference between this place and the one in Little Red Heaven is too great. At this moment, Chen Mobai summoned the purple lightning sword back to his side and looked at the two of them. The ascending sect leader was startled, and then his entire body transformed into a dark sky. Qi Yuhang threw a punch, turning the entire dark sky into boundless light. However, the aura of the ascended master mysteriously disappeared. This guy has really mastered the art of shadow escape. Seeing this, Qi Yuhang withdrew his fist with some dissatisfaction. The shadow escape technique is the supreme escape technique of the 6 imperial scriptures hidden section. After mastering it, one can freely enter and disappear wherever there is shadow. Chen Mobai suddenly remembered the first time he met Chen Chun. Her escape technique seemed to resemble a shadow escape technique. What a pity! If I had known that you had a sword in hand and that your combat power could be raised to this level, I would have cooperated with you to kill this reincarnation of the Ascension Master here and eliminate future troubles. Qi Yuhang looked at the two people flying over and said to Chen Mobai with a look of amazement, "There will always be an opportunity. It's just a matter of one sword strike from me." Chen Mobai spoke softly, then snapped his fingers and the domain opened. The purple lightning sword, which was nearby, obediently went back inside without his command. This scene made Qi Yuhang and Wenren Zuwei sigh even more, thinking that he was indeed the man chosen by the White Light ancestor. His sword control skills were unparalleled throughout history. End of this chapter. Chapter 930, 110 years have passed. Chapter 930, 110 years have passed. In the vast starry sky. Just as Chen Mobai sheathed the purple lightning sword, he saw the black dragon, which he had cut in two, begin to reunite under a rich green life force. Huh! The three people present were all astonished to see this. However, he immediately thought of the everlasting spring technique that the dragon tiger ancestor had boasted about earlier. He hadn't expected that he could recover from such a serious injury. Wenren Zuwei raised the flower basket in her hand. Just as Chen Mobai was about to summon the purple lightning sword again, Qi Yuhang flew over and said, "I'll do it." After speaking, Qi Yuhang landed in front of the black dragon, which had just recovered, and raised his right fist to unleash a powerful punch. Etc. The dragon tiger ancestor had just opened his mouth, and before he could finish speaking, Qi Yuhang punched and blasted the entire dragon head apart. In the starry sky, after a tremor, green life force emerged from the wounds of the headless dragon corpse, and buds of flesh began to grow inch by inch. The everlasting spring technique of heaven and earth took effect again, but this time the speed was very slow. It seemed that after being attacked by Chen Mobai and Qi Yuhang in succession, the power of this great technique had been almost exhausted. Interesting. Upon seeing this, Qi Yuhang raised his hands, grabbed the still-recovering headless dragon corpse, and was about to tear it apart when Wenren Zuwei stopped him. "Let's seal it away for now. When the war ends, Master Sanju and I will study it, and maybe we can reverse the process of this heaven and earth everlasting spring technique." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuhang stopped what he was doing and handed over the black dragon. He was only skilled in fighting and killing. Although he had some knowledge of sealing techniques, he lacked the means to deal with a fourth-tier black dragon. "I will first seal the black dragon's meridians and acupoints, and after taking it down, I will have the Water Fairy Palace Master use the Xuanwu Dao Palace to help freeze it." As Wenren Zuwei spoke, she took out a series of slender wooden needles and, under the control of her everlasting true qi, pierced into various parts of the black dragon's body. "If it's just freezing, I can try wielding the Azure Frost Sword." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai opened his own domain, and the Azure Frost Sword, which he had summoned, immediately flew out and circled him affectionately. "Then, thank you for your hard work." Upon seeing the Azure Frost Sword, Wenren Zuwei spoke with a look of surprise. "You should know that for the past few decades, Pei Qing Shuang had always worn this Qing Shuang sword, but the sword gave her a very arrogant feeling, and even towards Pei Qing Shuang, it ignored her. But in front of Chen Mobai, this usually proud Qing Shuang sword became so obedient and friendly. Judging solely from the skill of sword control, Chen Mobai is indeed superior to Bai Guang Laozu. Just as Wenren Zuwei was lost in thought, the Qing Shuang sword pierced straight into the back of the black dragon's neck. Then, the bone-chilling sword energy spread out, instantly freezing the black dragon into a huge block of ice. After cleaning up the battlefield, the three of them broke through the membrane of the dragon god star and headed towards the Xuanwu Dao Palace, where the water fairy was located. In a cave beneath Dragon God Star, Yan Xinji stopped what he was doing. "What's wrong?" Lin Daoming turned to look at him and asked. "My black dragon avatar has been slain." Yan Xinji spoke expressionlessly, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Qi Yuhang is here." Lin Daoming thought of the #1 nascent soul cultivator of the immortal sect, Yan Xinji's black dragon incarnation, which was cultivated for hundreds of years using the devouring serpent. It was already a fourth-tier high-grade cultivator based on its cultivation alone, and had even refined a trace of true spirit blood. It could control natural disasters such as wind, rain, thunder, lightning, frost, and snow. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators were no match for it. "They've arrived, but the one who severed my avatar is Chen Yang." When Yan Xinji spoke, his tone was solemn and shocked. "That can't be right. He's only been in the nascent soul stage for a short time." After hearing this, Lin Daoming glanced at Yan Xinji with some surprise, thinking to himself, "You are, after all, the leader of a famous sect of the ancient evil sect. Although you are just a black dragon incarnation, how come you can't even defeat a junior?" "It's not that I'm weak, it's that kid's sword is too terrifying." Upon seeing Lin Daoming's gaze, Yan Xinji immediately began to defend himself. After so many years of cultivation, he naturally possessed fifth-tier techniques, but he truly never expected that Chen Mobai, at only the third level of the nascent soul stage, would have such a terrifying level of swordsmanship. The Ascension sect also had information about the Purple Lightning Sword's advancement to the 5th rank. However, nascent soul cultivators can only unleash 20–30% of the power of a 5th-tier magic weapon. Even if they gain the weapon spirit's approval, due to their cultivation level, they can only unleash a maximum of 50% of its power. Little did they know that the Purple Lightning Sword in Chen Mobai's hand far exceeded this common sense. Yan Xinji's proud black dragon incarnation couldn't even withstand a single sword strike. "It's all right, it's just an avatar. It's better than losing my life." Lin Daoming offered words of comfort, and Yan Xinji had by then composed herself. "Indeed, it's just an incarnation." Although he was heartbroken about losing the true spirit blood, he had already thoroughly studied the genetic map of the black dragon blood. As long as he was willing to spend the time, he would be able to make the devouring serpent evolve again sooner or later. "Let's continue." Yan Xinji continued arranging the spirit core and spoke to Lin Daoming, who nodded. The two of them then began to implement their plan in an orderly manner. "You're going a bit too far, kid." Inside the Xuanwu Dao Palace, Shui Xian looked at the frozen black dragon incarnation and listened to Wenren Zuwei's words. She couldn't help but look at Chen Mobai with a strange gaze and clicked her tongue in amazement. "It's all thanks to the power of the Purple Lightning Sword. I'm just more compatible with this sword, and I've also comprehended the Purple Radiant Sword intent left by Master Qing Shi within the sword. That's why I was able to unleash a 5th-order sword with just a thought." Chen Mobai didn't hide anything. After all, the war against the gold-eating fire ants of Dragon God Star was inevitable, and he would definitely have to go all out. The Purple Lightning Sword would be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to make it public first. When the opportunity was right, he would publish his paper on using the Purple Lightning Sword's primordial spirit to imbue the sword, and perhaps he could create the 8th gate of the immortal sect, the divine transformation technique. It's a pity that creating new cultivation techniques doesn't qualify him for the Flying Immortal Award. Otherwise, he would have been a shoo-in for it. Unless other nascent soul cultivators from other immortal sects discover the secret to immortality. Among those at the nascent soul stage, I estimate only Palace Master Qi can withstand your swordsmanship. As Shui Xian spoke, her gaze shifted curiously between Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng, clearly very curious whether Chen Mobai's sword could break through Qi Yuheng's defense. However, with war imminent, the two of them certainly wouldn't do that. After all, this is not Little Red Heaven. If Qi Yuheng gets injured, the immortal sect will lose a major fighting force. Can't you even try it with your finger? Seeing that neither of them understood her hint, Shui Xian said to Qi Yuheng with some reluctance, "My body is my boundary, a seamless defense. Every hair and every finger on my body is equivalent to my entire defensive power. In other words, if even one of my fingers is broken, it's as if my boundary is breached, creating a fatal weakness." Qi Yuheng explained the secrets of his 5th-level body tempering. It wasn't that he didn't want to try it, but rather that by using his body as a boundary, no matter which part of him was attacked, the opponent would face his strongest defense. If the Purple Lightning Sword can't break through it, that's fine, but if it does, this weakness will remain forever. It's not like we're facing an enemy, so why bother? After hearing what he said, Narcissus could only give up her idea in disappointment. What's the current status of the underground tunnel? Then they got down to business. In the past 2 years, the number of insect beasts emerging has been decreasing. It should be that those intelligent high-level insect beasts know that I am here and do not want to waste more troops, so they would rather waste time and energy underground to dig out another passage than come out here. Shui Xian pointed down, and at that moment, a group of dozens of insect beasts flew out. Before she could give any orders, a bridge of auspicious energy burst forth from the North Heavenly Gate, carrying a team of 100 military cultivators who intercepted the group of insect beasts and skillfully and swiftly killed them all. This Dragon God Star is about to enter its orbit closest to Earth Origin Star. If Ancestor Kaingsing is going to take action to kill that Mother Queen, It should be within the next 2 years. Qi Yuheng looked at the deep cave entrance below the Xuanwu Dao Palace and spoke. Has the ancestor not sent you any messages all these years? Chen Mobai asked Shui Xian. 8 years have passed since the true body of ancestor Kaingsing entered Dragon God Star. With his intelligence, he should have explored even the most dangerous places by now. They only told me to guard the cave entrance and be ready to retreat with my men if anything seemed amiss. The 3 people present were all in charge of the 3 major academies of the immortal sect. Shui Xian had nothing to hide and told them what she knew. Perhaps the Empress is so powerful that only those at the nascent soul stage can intervene in this battle. I'm afraid that if we fight, it will affect the cultivators of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai spoke up, and the 3 people present nodded in agreement. Although they were at the nascent soul stage, and each possessed profound methods and fifth-order magic weapons, they knew that if they were to participate in a battle between cultivators at the divine transformation stage, they would probably only be able to provide support by utilizing the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace Void Domain, evolved from the 4 Symbols Dao Palace. They might be waiting for Ancestor Bai Guang to emerge from seclusion. After all, in terms of combat power, Ancestor Kaiyan Xing is still inferior to Ancestor Bai Guang. As Wenren Zhuwei spoke, Xuexian and Qi Yuheng also looked at Chen Mobai. Judging by the time, there are only 2 years left until Ancestor Bai Guang emerges from seclusion. When Chen Mobai saw the 3 people looking at him, he thought they misunderstood that he had been to Wangxian Peak and had connections with Bai Guang Leiazu, the biggest backer of the Wuqi Dao Academy. He could only continue the conversation. Yes, there are still 2 years left. 2 years is neither a long nor a short time. After staying on Dragon God Star for a while, Chen Mobai and his 2 companions returned to Earth Origin Star through the Boundary Gate. When they returned, Plum Blossom Master also went back with them. Because the Immortal Sect needs to design a star path between Earth Star and Dragon God Star to ensure the route to the Link Sail Palace. As the ultimate weapon of war for the Immortal Sects, the Link Sail Palace would exhaust all its void power if it were to pass through the Boundary Gate. Therefore, the prearranged plan of the Immortal Sect is to ride the Link Sail Palace from the starry sky to the point closest to the Earth Origin Star on Dragon God Star, and wait in advance. If the Empress's strength is indeed formidable, even surpassing that of the 2 immortal saints, then she can command the Link Sail Palace in the starry sky and unleash the Chaos Primordial Cannon to turn Dragon God Star into cosmic dust. As Master Plum Blossom of the Star-Gazing Academy, he was summoned back to take charge of this matter. As Dragon God Star gets closer and closer to Earth Origin Star, the gold-eating fire ants that occupy the depths of this planet seem to have instinctively sensed the tense atmosphere and have begun to appear more frequently from all over the yellow sand, attacking the various bases established by the Immortal Sect. Faced with the counterattack of these insect beasts, the Immortal Sect also suffered heavy losses. Among them were even several dark purple-gold humanoid insect beasts at the nascent soul level. Since the Xuanwu Dao Palace could not leave the Earth's core passage, Shui Xian could only deploy 7 starships. With the help of Yuan Su Shangren and the others who remained on Dragon God Star, they managed to stabilize the situation by abandoning several mining bases. However, the insect beasts had the advantage of terrain, and after they kept pouring out from underground, the Immortal Sect was soon only able to hold onto its 7 largest bases. Fortunately, the Immortal Sect had anticipated this, and after Qi Yuheng returned, he rode the Azure Dragon Dao Palace along the Starry Sky Road to Dragon God Star. The Azure Dragon Dao Palace was secondary. What truly impressed Qi Yuheng was his display of prowess as the #1 nascent soul cultivator in the Immortal Sects when facing these nascent soul-level insect beasts. His fifth-order body tempering technique, with his body as the boundary, cannot be broken by any insect or beast unless a nascent soul cultivator intervenes. But the insects and beasts could not withstand his heavy blows. After Qi Yuheng killed the 5th nascent soul insect beast in Dragon God Star, the battle situation was quickly stabilized. Without the high-level insect beasts, The military cultivators on the immortal sect's side quickly killed the insect beasts that emerged from the ground fissures one by one and recaptured the base. The Earth's core on Dragon God Star. A giant white cocoon was embedded in the star's core, beating continuously like the heart of the planet. The star-piercing ancestor hid in the void, gazing thoughtfully at the white cocoon. Beneath the cocoon, countless tiny, translucent white eggs were piled up. Some eggs had already cracked open, while others had turned grayish. However, some eggs emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, seemingly nurturing extremely frightening creatures. In this central part of the Earth, the 6 directions above and below are perfectly round Earth walls, but there are hollowed-out passages extending out from all directions. Each time a creature hatches from an egg, it instinctively chooses a path to crawl out. Occasionally, some dark purple nascent soul insect beasts would enter this place. They were very respectful to the white cocoon, conveying their meaning with a strange fluctuation. However, the white cocoon never paid attention to them and continued to absorb and expel the planet's energy on its own, only occasionally releasing a few bright white eggs that fell down. The stargazing ancestor has been observing this place for 10 years. Logically speaking, today should be the day Bai Guang emerges from seclusion, and also the day the immortal sects launch their final attack. He had confirmed that this Queen Mother had not yet reached the Void Realm. As long as he and Bai Guang joined forces, along with the Ling Xiao Palace and the 4 Symbols Dao Palace, they would be able to suppress this powerful gold-eating fire ant. However, he waited and waited, but he never heard that familiar sword cry. What's going on? Why hasn't Bai Guang left the pass yet? Ancestor Kaingsing looked puzzled. Fortunately, he was cautious and did not attack the Empress before the white light arrived, otherwise he might have been in trouble. On the side of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai and Ying Guanghua also stayed at their posts diligently, hoping that the white light ancestor, who had just emerged from seclusion, would see their hard work as soon as possible. However, they waited and waited, but they never received the decree for the nascent soul stage from Juxian Peak. What happened? Did the star-piercing ancestor make a mistake? Chen Mobai and Ying Guanghua both looked puzzled, but since it involved the nascent soul ancestor, they dared not delve into it further, nor did they dare to go directly to Juxian Peak. At the Immortal Affairs Hall, Ying Guanghua hesitated for a long time but still did not call Chen Mobai. After all, the situation on Dragon God Star is still under their control, and the Ling Xiao Palace is already in place. Until the ancestor of Star Pulling issues new instructions, it's best to maintain the current stability. It wasn't just Ying Guanghua who thought this way. Chen Mobai felt the same way. After working diligently in the Zhengfa Hall for a year, he discovered that the white light ancestor still hadn't emerged from seclusion, and he was certain that the star-pulling ancestor must have miscalculated. This incident somewhat shattered the lofty image of Kaingsing in Chen Mobai's mind. After all, before this ancestor had always been meticulous in his calculations. However, upon closer reflection, it is understandable. After all, the previous calculations made by Ancestor Kaingsing were all for those with lower cultivation levels than him, while Ancestor Baiguang was, after all, a nascent soul cultivator, so it is forgivable that he made a mistake. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai realized that he hadn't been home for a year, so he relaxed his tense work attitude, said goodbye to Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, and then used his ability to walk through the void to leave his office. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already arrived in his own courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Shi Wanyu immediately came out and saw his face full of surprise. "Why are you going home today? The groceries I bought this morning might not be enough. I'll go out and buy some more." "No need, I'll just grab something to eat. If all else fails, I'll have my daughter buy something when she gets off work." Chen Mobai immediately stopped Shi Wanyu, who was about to leave. She nodded. The couple hadn't seen each other for a year, and they walked and talked together in the yard. Juxian Peak. Yu Huiping took a deep breath and looked at his master, who was still a year past the agreed time and had not yet emerged from seclusion. Considering that this was a crucial moment in the war and what the old ancestor Kaingsing had said before leaving, he could only grit his teeth and take out a talisman. This was left to her by Bai Guang before he went into seclusion. If there was anything urgent, he could wake her up from her seclusion. She infused her spiritual power into it, and soon the talisman transformed into a sword light, falling into the palace at the center of Juxian Peak. End of this chapter. Chapter 932, White Light Emerges from Seclusion. Chapter 932, White Light Emerges from Seclusion. Inside the palace, a woman in a pale purple dress slowly opened her eyes. Her face was like a painting, her eyebrows and eyes like poetry, and her skin was as white as jade. Her powerful cultivation allowed her to retain the most youthful and beautiful appearance of her life. Although she was a nascent soul ancestor who was over 1,000 years old, she still looked like a pure and lovely young girl. Yu Beiguang reached out, and the talisman landed in his snow-white palm. Confirming that it was something she had given to her disciple, she slightly furrowed her brows and placed her hand on her forehead. Did I wake up naturally, or was I woken up? Does that mean the time for seclusion hasn't come yet? Is there a problem with the reincarnated body, or has the immortal sect encountered an insurmountable enemy? After Yu Beiguang woke up, she was filled with doubts. However, when she activated her divine sense and circulated her sword heart, she found that the immortal sect was as usual, and there was no change in the heaven and earth. If you can't figure it out, just ask someone. Thinking this, Yu Beiguang got up. As the palace gates of Juxian Peak opened, Yu Huoping saw the graceful figure stepping out from the innermost part of the palace. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple greets master." "Why did you wake me up?" Yu Beiguang asked calmly. Yu Huoping immediately explained the current situation of the immortal sect, stating that, with war imminent, ancestor Kaingsing feared he would be powerless against the Empress alone, and therefore had no choice but to awaken master. "So, my seclusion period has already ended." Upon hearing this, Yu Beiguang was slightly surprised. That shouldn't be happening. Logically, her reincarnated body should have already passed away by now, and then the memories of this life would return to the sea of consciousness of her true self, awakening her from her seclusion. Could it be that his reincarnated body has broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Reporting to Master, your reincarnation is enjoying family bliss. Perhaps because of his happy life and the help of a nascent soul cultivator to recuperate his body, his lifespan may have increased by a few years. Yu Huoping carefully considered her words, trying to avoid saying anything that would displease her master. Family bliss, a fulfilling life. But after hearing this, Yu Beiguang's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Yu Huoping wiped the sweat from her forehead and gave a general account of what happened after Shi Wanyu was reincarnated. Rumble. Chen Mobai, who was chatting with Shi Wanyu in the courtyard, frowned slightly when he saw the dark clouds and lightning that had suddenly gathered above Wangwu Cave. Why is the weather forecast so inaccurate? Wasn't it supposed to be sunny and clear today? My daughter didn't bring an umbrella to work today. I wonder if she'll get wet. Shi Wanyu, who was standing to the side, started muttering to herself in surprise. As she got older, she became more and more relaxed in the family. Unlike when she was first facing Chen Mobai, she was no longer reserved and timid. She was now treating herself as the lady of the house. With her cultivation level, she wouldn't be harmed even if she were directly struck by lightning, but this weather change is indeed a bit strange. After Chen Mobai finished speaking to Shi Wanyu, he picked up his phone and checked the weather forecast. The accuracy rate of the immortal sect in this regard was almost 100%. The reason for using almost is because there have been instances where high-level cultivators breaking through to higher levels have stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a certain radius, causing weather forecasts to become incorrect. Chen Mobai used his insightful eye to survey the area covered by the dark clouds, which was already the entire Wangwu grotto heaven. Only a nascent soul cultivator could achieve this. However, cultivators at this level are few and far between in Wangwu cave heaven. Ying Guanghua has already reached perfection, and Wenren Zuwei recently broke through to the second level of the nascent soul stage. So, there are only Gong Ajixu and Yi Yun left. While Chen Mobai was pondering silently, Shi Wanyu had already picked up her phone and called Chen Ziohe, who was about to get off work, asking her to pay attention to the weather and go buy some vegetables. Upon hearing that his father was coming home today, Chen Ziohe was very happy on the phone. Since the start of the war, Chen Mobai has spent most of his time in the Zhengfa Hall. After all, the main hall master, Shui Xian, has gone to Dragon God Star, and as the deputy hall master, he must do his best at this crucial moment. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, and Chen Mobai immediately cast a water-repelling spell, causing the rain to automatically avoid him and his wife beside him. "Thank you, honey." Shi Wanyu was delighted to see this scene after finishing her call. She then naturally reached out and hugged Chen Mobai's right hand, leaning slightly closer to him. Chen Mobai also raised his right arm so that his wife could hug him. The elderly couple took a walk in the rain. Over the years, Chen Mobai has helped Shi Wanyu refine 3 Xuan Tian Wu Jin pills. However, there is a limit to the lifespan that qi refining cultivators can extend. Even if she consumes the great Chun fruit, it is estimated that she can only extend her lifespan by a few decades at most. Therefore, these 3 Xuan Tian Wu Jin pills only extended her lifespan by 20 years. However, Shi Wanyu was already very satisfied with this. Because of this, she also let go of her inhibitions and revealed her true personality in her later years. Whenever she had time, she would stay by Chen Mobai's side. Although Chen Mobai was not used to this, he had developed feelings for Shi Wanyu over the years, and considering that she didn't have many years left to live, he decided to put up with her. Over the years, although Chen Mobai has been busy, he has made sure to go home whenever he has free time. He even went to the eastern wilderness less often than he went home. When Chen Ziohe returned home, she saw her mother walking hand in hand with her father in the rain. The romantic atmosphere made her, the daughter, feel a little out of place. "You're back." Upon seeing their daughter return, Chen Mobai and his wife stopped, and the family of 3 walked towards the restaurant. On the summit of Juxian Peak, Yu Beiguang used all his willpower to barely stop the urge to draw his sword. However, her almost frantic fluctuations of divine consciousness triggered wind, rain, and thunder, centered on the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, causing a heavy rain to fall throughout the entire eastern region of the Immortal sect. "Where is my reincarnated self now?" After calming down, Yu Beiguang spoke expressionlessly. Master Chunyang was also a victim in this matter. As soon as Yu Huoping saw her master's expression, she knew what she was thinking and immediately began to plead for Chen Mobai's innocence. "Shut up." Upon hearing this, Yu Beiguang blushed and scolded his apprentice. Doesn't she know that? Although she was domineering, she could still distinguish right from wrong. The thought that her reincarnated form had used such despicable methods, nearly ruining the future of the immortal sect, made her feel somewhat ashamed. But even knowing it, she still couldn't accept it. As a deity in the immortal sect, she was pure and immaculate. How could she have a husband and daughter after just one period of seclusion? How many people know about this? Yu Beiguang, who cared deeply about his reputation, realized the most crucial point. If his subordinates found out, he would be utterly ashamed. Not many people know. Besides me, there are only a handful of people like the 3 absolutes. I doubt they would dare to gossip about your affairs, master. Yu Huiping had been staying at Wufeng Immortal Mountain for a long time, and was unaware that this matter was almost common knowledge among the upper echelons of the immortal sect. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Yu Beiguang secretly rejoiced. As long as I wait until my reincarnation dies of old age, this matter can be kept secret. The most important issue now is how to face Chen Mobai and his daughter Chen Ziohe. If he started something and then abandoned it, Yu Beiguang felt he would be a really scumbag. But she couldn't accept suddenly having a husband and daughter out of nowhere. It just so happens that Master Chunyang graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy. After you emerge from seclusion, Master, you can legitimately summon him. Should I go and inform him? Yu Huiping understood her concerns and spoke up. Can I not see you? Yu Beiguang hesitated and backed down. Yu Huiping was also amazed. She had never seen her master run away like this before in her life. We have to meet them eventually. Should I notify all the nascent soul cultivators remaining at the immortal sect all at once? Yu Huiping suggested a method. Let me think about it carefully. Yu Beiguang shook her head, still unsure how to face this husband who had appeared out of nowhere. Ancestor Kaingsing is still waiting for his master in another world. The Queen Mother is absorbing the essence of the star core every moment, and Dragon God Star has already begun to move away from Earth Star. Yu Huiping spoke up, reminding everyone of the current situation. Then I'll contact Senior Brother Kaingsing first. As Yu Beiguang spoke, she took out her phone, only to find it was out of power. She immediately replaced the battery from her own domain and dialed Kaingsing's number. The star-piercing ancestor, who was observing the Mother Queen's cocoon on Dragon God Star, was startled when he saw the phone screen suddenly light up. Fortunately, he had set it to silent mode, but the fluctuations in the signal transmission still caused the huge cocoon to twitch. After thinking for a moment, the star-tracing ancestor first hung up on the white light's call, then left the place along a passage. He didn't call back until he was close to the surface. Kaingsing, what happened? Why are you only waking up now? By Guang, there was a small accident. I'll talk to you later. How are things on your end? Kaingsing, the storm has passed. We'll wait for you to arrive so we can join forces to kill this gold-devouring fire ant. By Guang, is it urgent on your end? Kaingsing, it's not that urgent. It just so happens that a few people from the Ascension sect have also made some moves. I can see what they're up to. By Guang, all right then, wait a few days for me. Kaingsing looked at the phone that had been hung up, slightly puzzled, but it was good that Beiguang had woken up. If the two of them join forces, unless the Queen Mother has reached the Void Realm, she is almost certainly doomed. But given Bai Guang's decisive personality, why is he dragging his feet this time? While puzzled, Kaingsing seemed to have thought of something and called Chen Chun, who was staying at Juxian Peak, telling her not to come down the mountain. It's estimated that only his gathering immortal peak in the entire immortal sect can make Bai Guang somewhat wary. After dinner, Chen Mobai was talking with Shi Wanyu and her daughter. A new batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills is about to be completed. As your father, I need to avoid suspicion for a while, but everything has already been arranged. The family was talking about the elixir that Chen Ziohe had used to form his golden core. She has accumulated 64 years of service, which, according to the rules, allows her to exchange for the golden elixir of immortality. In recent years, due to the wars, the immortal sects have also used up a lot of their accumulated wealth. After all, many immortal sect cultivators who went to Dragon God Star were after the 3 treasures of foundation establishment, or even the spiritual medicines of core formation. The production of the golden elixir of jade rejuvenation has changed from 1 batch every 10 years to 2 batches every 10 years. Because they found many elemental crystals with earth and water attributes from Dragon God Star, and through the research of Yuangsu and Sanju, they used these as the main ingredients to improve and create a new earth element and water element golden elixir. As a result, cultivators in the immortal sect who practice earth and water attribute techniques are now applying to go to Dragon God Star to accumulate merits in anticipation of the immortal sect's large-scale release of these 2 core formation elixirs soon. Dad, as your daughter, even without the elixir for forming the golden core, I'm sure I can still succeed. But Chen Ziohe was already spouting nonsense. She had already reached the foundation establishment stage a long time ago, so she spent most of her time cultivating the 1 yuan true qi using the tricks taught by Chen Mobai, with her eyes fixed on the nascent soul stage. He no longer cared about the mere core formation stage. Let's form the core first. In response, Chen Mobai reprimanded her with a stern face. Forming a core isn't that easy. Although he boasted to the immortal sects that he had achieved core formation through enlightenment, he actually had access to the maximum resources. It's estimated that even the Tao disciples and saintesses of the major holy lands in the heavenly river realm didn't receive the same treatment when they formed their cores. Although Chen Ziohe possesses a pure yin body, and his talent is comparable to that of the primordial yang ancestor, he lacks a suitable nascent soul cultivation technique and might fail. Although, due to privacy concerns, his online profile does not include photos of Shi Wanyu and her daughter. Their faces were also blurred during the initial official announcement. But the common people don't know that almost all the upper-level cultivators know that Chen Ziohe is his daughter. If she fails to form her core, where will he, as her father, put his face? It can't be said that Shi Wanyu, as the mother, dragged down her daughter's talent. After disciplining his daughter, Chen Mobai went into seclusion in his cultivation room. Late at night, Shi Wanyu, who was sleeping in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt the frail body of her reincarnated self and couldn't help but frown slightly. Soon, Yu Beiguang found himself lying in bed, and a look of tension suddenly appeared on his face as he turned to look at his side. She breathed a slight sigh of relief when she realized she was alone in bed. Although it was set that all memories and insights would return to the original body after the death of this reincarnated body, Yu Beiguang was, after all, a top-tier nascent soul true monarch of the immortal sect. She could, according to the soul fluctuations of the same origin, enter the purple mansion consciousness sea of the reincarnated body in reverse. After confirming that he was alone in the room, Yu Beiguang sat on the bed and absorbed all of Shi Wanyu's memories from beginning to end into his mind. The time soon arrived at the train where she and Chen Mobai first met. A vibrant and youthful self, and a spirited young man. However, what happened next was somewhat unexpected by Yu Beiguang. She saw the alley where the two had met for the second time, and when she saw Chen Chun, her brows furrowed slightly. When Yu Beiguang made that request to Chen Chun upon graduation, his cheeks flushed slightly. Although Yu Huiping had told her about it, she still felt extremely ashamed after actually experiencing it. How could someone do such a thing? Are there no men in the world? Is it absolutely necessary to have him? Yu Beiguang scolded her reincarnation, but she soon discovered that it seemed there was no man in the entire immortal sect who could compare to Chen Mobai. Based solely on what I know and from Shi Wanyu's memories, all the images of Chen Mobai suggest that he is an impeccable, gentle, and powerful man of exceptional character. To be married to him is the dream of every girl in the immortal sect. It is precisely for this reason that, although Shi Wanyu experienced painful and struggling memories for the 2 or 3 decades after giving birth to Chen Ziohe, after Chen Mobai came to her door and recognized her and her daughter, all that remained was light and happiness. This was an emotion that Yu Beiguang had never experienced before. In her youth, she possessed exceptional talent, with the attribute of heavenly metal spiritual root. She could learn any sword technique or skill at a glance and master it after just one time. It was precisely because of this that she became arrogant from a young age, believing that she was born to stand at the pinnacle of the immortal sect. She never wavered in this idea. At the age of 16, due to her outstanding talent, she achieved foundation establishment in Yumu City and was exceptionally admitted to the Dance Weapon Academy ahead of schedule. At the age of 24, she was the top student of the Dance Weapon Academy. When she first participated in the offline exchange meeting of the Immortal Sect Academy, she overwhelmed all the top students with a single sword strike. By the time she graduated, her cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, with no further advancement possible. However, according to the rules of the Immortal Sect, even with her amazing talent, she can only take the civil service exam. Under the arrangement of the Dance Weapon Academy, she entered the enforcement department, and by the age of 60, she had already become the deputy minister. 12 years later, during one of her sword strikes, she entered the supreme realm of swordsmanship, achieving enlightenment and forming her core. When the core was formed, the 5th grade superior quality finger profound sword, which was enshrined in the Wangwu Grotto Museum, automatically flew over to recognize its master. After obtaining the finger-pointing sword, Yu Baiguang's sword cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he even had the opportunity to comprehend the sword techniques of the immortal sect. But it was at this moment that the bad news arrived. My mother is seriously ill. Yu Baiguang put down his sword and returned to Yumu City, which he hadn't visited in decades. She saw her mother, clinging to her last breath, wanting to see her on her sickbed and her elderly father standing before her bed. Her mother's last words before she died left her looking puzzled. If only my daughter were just an ordinary person. After her mother passed away, Yu Baiguang buried her with her father. Standing in front of the tombstone, she was still pondering the meaning of this sentence. 6 months later, my father also lay in a hospital bed. In the final moments of his life, Yu Baiguang asked him this question. Although you are outstanding, daughter, if you were ordinary, our family wouldn't have to be separated. Your mother hopes to see you grow up by her side, get married, have children, and bring your husband and children over for meals during holidays, so you can be happy together. But as your father, I am still very happy that you have achieved so much. The father gently comforted Yu Baiguang, understanding his wife and daughter as a man. After burying his parents, Yu Baiguang stayed in his hometown of Yumacheng for 3 years. It was during these 3 years that her swordsmanship reached a new level. She condensed all her emotions into sword intent, and even stepped into the path of breaking through all laws with a single sword, reaching the extremely profound realm of condensing sword into threads. After condensing all his feelings for his parents into the sword threads, Yu Baiguang found himself on the path of swordsmanship without any further obstacles. At the age of 90, she became the Minister of Law Enforcement. When she was unable to advance further in the realm of one sword breaks all laws, due to her own cultivation level, she began to comprehend the path of one sword creates all laws that no one in the immortal sect had ever successfully traversed. At the age of 120, she became the Deputy Hall Master of the Zhengfa Hall and officially began to comprehend the immortal sword techniques. On her 200th birthday, she took the nascent soul elixir and successfully formed her nascent soul in the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, subsequently becoming the Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall. At the age of 400, on the path of creating myriad laws with a single sword, she also reached the threshold of becoming a deity. At the age of 520, she planned to break through to the nascent soul realm and meet Kaingsing. He learned from the deductions made by the Book of Square Inches that if one were to use the Cantong Qi and the finger Xuan sword to break through the realm together, there would be a 13% chance of reaching the realm of one sword breaks all laws, which is the common sword Tao deification realm of the immortal sects. However, if one wants to follow the path of one sword can create all laws, the chance is only 3%. After descending the mountain, Yu Baiguang spent another 20 years in deep meditation. At the age of 540, she drew her sword and unleashed her most brilliant strike, entrusting her primordial spirit to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship that no one in the immortal sect had ever touched before. After achieving the divine realm in Sword Tao, she made even greater progress and quickly caught up with the star-piercing realm. Even the true Yang Temple Master, who had cultivated his primordial spirit, became a victim of her sword. Yu Baiguang originally believed that he would soon be able to break through to the void refining realm, a feat that no one in the immortal sect could achieve. Unfortunately, she was ultimately stopped at the threshold. When she was about to unleash the sword strike of Liangsu, she discovered lines on her sword that she had never noticed before. These threads are the sword threads she condensed throughout her life. After studying the 7 heavenly books and talking with Kaingsing, she came up with a way to dissolve the sword threads. That is to be reincarnated and take on the role of another self. However, she never expected that after all her sword threads merged and evolved, they would lead to a life like Shi Wanyu's. Is this a mother's wish? After absorbing all of Shi Wanyu's memories, Yu Baiguang quickly learned the reason. After all the sword threads merged, this one thread eventually became dominant. But in that case, it seems to have become another, even more difficult line to cut. Yu Beiguang sighed, got out of bed, put on a coat, and opened the door. Following Shi Wanyu's memory, she walked to the courtyard. The scene of her walk with Chen Mobai during the day flooded her mind, and a wave of happiness and bliss she had never experienced before filled her body, which she could not suppress. She instinctively wanted to condense these into sword threads, but after hesitating for a moment, she stopped. As she continued to experience these unprecedented emotions, her steps unknowingly led her to a closed door. This is where Chen Mobai secluded himself for cultivation. Yu Beiguang recognized her from Shi Wanyu's memory at a glance. Squeak! At this moment, Chen Mobai, inside the door, also sensed Shi Wanyu's presence outside. Somewhat puzzled, he stopped practicing the burning lamp technique and opened the door. "What's wrong? Why aren't you asleep so late?" Chen Mobai came out and asked Shi Wanyu, who was standing at the door. Yu Beiguang didn't know how to approach her husband, who was both a stranger and a familiar face. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again, afraid of giving herself away. "Is it because I came back that you're not used to it and can't sleep?" Chen Mobai spoke up and gestured for her to come in. After all, it was nighttime and there had just been a heavy rain, so the wind and cold were quite strong. Shi Wanyu was frail and couldn't afford to catch a chill. "No, I just woke up suddenly. I won't keep you from cultivating." Although Yu Beiguang had accepted all of Shi Wanyu's memories, he was still hesitant to approach Chen Mobai. After saying a few words, he turned around and prepared to go back. Just as she turned around, Chen Mobai suddenly closed the door to the cultivation room, then walked to her side and said something that made Yu Beiguang freeze. "I'm finally home today, so I'll rest for the night." End of this chapter. Chapter 933, Doing Subtraction to Find Short. Chapter 933, Doing Subtraction to Find Short. Chen Mobai considered himself a thoughtful person. Shi Wanyu has always been very sensible and rarely comes over when she is cultivating at night. After reflecting on it for a while, he realized that he and his wife hadn't been intimate for a long time. Previously, it was because Shi Wanyu's lifespan was nearing its end and she was physically weak, while he was physically strong. He could not fully enjoy himself with her each time, and he had to carefully control himself so as not to hurt her. Over time, they rarely shared a bed. However, his inability to fully enjoy himself does not mean that Shi Wanyu cannot. It seems that after his lifespan was replenished, his needs in that area increased again. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai also made a response. His cultivation had just hit a bottleneck, and he could only cultivate using the burning lamp technique. Resting for one night wouldn't affect anything. After closing the door, he pulled Shi Wanyu toward the bedroom. The latter seemed a little embarrassed and tried to struggle slightly. Chen Mobai didn't mind, after all. That was just Shi Wanyu's personality. She was always easily shy and blushed. At this point, the husband needs to take the initiative. "Yes, Madam, it's been a long time since we rested together. We've become a little estranged." Afterwards, Chen Mobai spoke with some emotion to Shi Wanyu, who was lying in his arms, trembling all over. Shi Wanyu hummed twice, but she was too exhausted to resist and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Mobai placed her beside him, covered her with a blanket, and then closed his eyes to meditate. Yu Beiguang, who had witnessed the entire event from within Shi Wanyu's danshan, blushed deeply. She initially wanted to resist, but Shi Wanyu was only at the qi refining stage, and even if she was at the nascent soul stage, she could not resist her husband who was at the core formation stage. Moreover, this reincarnated body seems to have an instinctive longing for such things. Upon realizing this, Yu Beiguang immediately retreated into his purple mansion sea of consciousness and logged off, returning his body to its original state. She could have simply returned to her original body, but she was also curious about something she had never experienced before. Upon further reflection, this is, after all, my reincarnation, so looking at it doesn't really count as invading my privacy. Then she had a real eye-opener. Although the couple were both quite old, they were still very romantic. It was just a pity that there was a big gap between them. When her reincarnated body was already dying, her nascent soul husband seemed to be just starting to get interested. However, it is clear that the two are very much in love. After realizing that his wife was unable to continue, the husband gently stopped. As dawn approached, Yu Beiguang hesitated for a moment before logging back into his account and absorbing the memory that Shi Wanyu had just generated that night into his mind. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling caused even the wisp of her mind that had escaped to her side to tremble uncontrollably. The next morning, Chen Mobai woke up early, ready to go to work at the Zhengfa Hall. After all, Bai Guang Laozu could emerge from seclusion at any time, and if he happened to be slacking off then, it wouldn't give the leader a good first impression. However, his movement naturally woke Shi Wanyu, who also forced herself to get up despite her soreness. By the time she finished making breakfast, Chen Ziohe had also gotten up, and the family of three spent a warm and wonderful morning together. Dad, after I reach the core formation stage, I want a flying sword as my natal magic weapon. Chen Ziohe had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, but Chen Mobai believed that with him around, she didn't need to fight and kill. She only needed to cultivate peacefully in this life. So, based on his experience, he crafted a magical artifact embryo for her to suppress her purple mansion and prevent inner demons. Coupled with the Jade Scepter jointly crafted by the Weapon Refining Department of the Dance Weapon Academy, the Lingxiao Jade Pendant, and the Tei 5 Smoke Silk stored here, Chen Ziohe's magical artifacts are almost comparable to those of a nascent soul cultivator from an immortal sect. But she was still not satisfied, believing that as Chen Mobai's daughter, she had to practice swordsmanship. We'll talk about it after you reach the core formation stage. While eating, Chen Mobai said something rather perfunctorily. He had already tested her. Although his daughter's talent for swordsmanship was decent, she was at most just before reaching the threshold of one sword can break all laws. He estimated that she might not even be able to condense the sword into threads. In the future, it would be better to honestly develop the pure yin body and follow the proper path. Of course, if she really wanted to practice swordsmanship after forming her core, Chen Mobai would have already crafted a Xuan Yuhan iron sword embryo for her. He can just say that he got the materials from Dragon God Star. Given his current status, no one will likely investigate further. It's a deal. Mom, Dad, and I are going to work now. Hearing Chen Ziohe's words, Shi Wanyu, who had just finished eating, smiled and looked up, waving to the father and daughter who had stood up. At the main gate, after bidding farewell to his daughter, Chen Mobai transformed into a streak of silver light and teleported to his office in the Zhengfa Hall. Upon seeing this scene, Shi Wanyu's warm gaze suddenly changed. After logging back in, Yu Beiguang confirmed that he was the only person in the courtyard and sat down. She separated this reincarnated body in order to try to cultivate emptiness. The cultivation method of immortals mainly emphasizes being spotless and transcending worldly affairs. However, once a person is born into this world, they will be entangled with all sorts of threads. The more they grow and advance, the more threads they will have. Even a person of great wisdom like the star-pulling ancestor cannot completely transcend worldly affairs, let alone others. Bai Guang was no exception. Although he broke free from his shackles with a single sword strike, and trusted his primordial spirit to the sword path of the immortal sect, and even reached the threshold of the void refining stage, he still could not succeed. The two nascent soul cultivators of this generation in the immortal sect are both exceptionally talented individuals. When they discovered that the method of cultivating emptiness passed down by their ancestor was difficult for them to master, they thought of creating a new method to cultivate emptiness. Given their status and realm, if they want to advance further, the 7 nascent soul cultivation techniques of the immortal sects are only of some reference value. Fortunately, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect also brought 7 heavenly books. With their talent and intelligence, the 2 of them did indeed glean many principles from the heavenly book. Unfortunately, since they were the only ones who comprehended these principles, they were all fragmented. To integrate them into a new path of void refinement, they would probably need countless attempts and explorations. According to the deductions of the star-piercing ancestor, it would probably take at least 100 nascent soul cultivators to try it before this new path of void refinement could be perfected. Knowing this, even with their talent, they felt somewhat hopeless. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and they were able to witness the arrival of the real Zixel Palace. Kaingsing had arranged for the Ascension sect members to lead the charge. After opening the Zixel Palace, although there was an unexpected incident that allowed the true Yang Temple Master to cultivate his primordial spirit, they still easily killed him by relying on the two against one. The two then entered the Zixel Palace, the ancient origin of Taoist cultivation, where they completed the second path of void refinement they had comprehended from the 7 great heavenly books. This path is called subtraction to seek emptiness. Use another self to take over all the unnecessary causes and conditions within yourself, and when the other self dies, all the causes and conditions will also disappear. However, although the two immortal saints comprehended the method of subtraction to achieve emptiness in the Zixel Palace, whether they can actually succeed is still unknown. Moreover, if it fails, not only might the original cause and effect and lines not disappear, but even the lines that the other self is involved with might be superimposed on the original self. Faced with this unprecedented method of cultivating emptiness, even the small book of Kixing is unable to make an accurate judgment due to the lack of corresponding samples and data. Given the rational thinking of a student majoring in engineering, I would definitely not try this path unless absolutely necessary. After all, there is a slight chance that he could succeed if he followed the orthodox path of cultivation in the immortal sects. Bai Guang was different. It was almost impossible for her to become a deity, so after obtaining the method of subtraction to seek emptiness, she was already preparing to put it into practice. Kaingsing actually tried to dissuade her from her idea, but the key to Bai Guang's current success was that she didn't listen to him. Therefore, Bai Guang believed that he was certain he would succeed, because she has never failed in her life. However, although they perfected the method of subtraction to seek emptiness in Zixel Palace, it was only theoretical. How to implement it was still up to them to figure out. The most difficult part is finding another version of yourself and transferring your cause and effect to that version. Old ancestor Bai Guang couldn't think of a solution, but Kaingsing was more powerful. By referring to forbidden techniques such as the ancient Taoist disintegration technique, the devouring God technique, and the great law of life and death, he came up with a method for reincarnation. Just then, a woman from a collateral branch of the Yu family who had married out became pregnant with a stillborn fetus that had stopped beating. She sought help from Yu Huiping. Upon learning this, Bai Guang began his first attempt to reduce the size of the fetus. Although Kaingsing called Bai Guang a reckless man for her decisiveness, she still hoped that Bai Guang would do the work of reducing the data and samples. After all, he didn't dare. After a while, Shi Wanyu woke up. She looked at the half-finished dishes and herself sitting in the chair, looking confused. She thought it was just because she was getting old and forgetful, so she didn't pay any attention and continued to do her housework. On Wangxian Peak, Yu Baiguang frowned slightly and drew his 2 swords. One of them, named Jixuan, is as black as ink and is one of the 3 top-grade 5th-rank flying swords in the immortal sect. The other one is her natal flying sword, which she has cultivated since childhood and is named Forget Love. Since she began learning swordsmanship, she has only ever had eyes for the sword, hence the name, which expresses her desire to transcend through the way of the sword and reach the highest realm. The Sword of Oblivion has accompanied her on her journey of cultivation and breakthroughs, and to this day, it has been nurtured for over 1,000 years. Besides her own need to reduce the void, the sword also needs to. She chose the Forgetfulness Sword, her natal weapon, to accompany her on her path of void refinement. She planned to leave the profound sword behind in the immortal sect when she was either practicing void refinement or leaving Earth Origin Star. That's why she's been trying to improve the grade of the Forgetfulness Sword. It's now a mid-grade 5th-tier sword, but its power in her hands is not much less than that of the Finger Profound Sword. In a sense, this attempt to reduce the price and seek short positions was successful. Because the lines and cause and effect that originally entangled her had disappeared and fallen onto Shiwanyu, the sword naturally followed suit. The sword of oblivion is now truly spotless, pure and clean. His own sword intent had reached an unprecedented level of etherealness. The only problem is that she feels as if a new thread has appeared in her body because of Shiwanyu's life. The previous debts have indeed been cleared, but now the outstanding debts have been added back. What should we do? Yu Beiguang was lost in confusion. We can't just subtract and empty the line, can we? Even if it succeeds, there will definitely be new leads. If things continue like this, won't we never find peace? This method of subtraction to find emptiness still seems to have many flaws and needs further improvement. However, Yu Beiguang knew that perfecting something was beyond her capabilities. She was more skilled in swordsmanship, but in areas unrelated to swordsmanship, she was far inferior to Kaienxing. While Kaienxing was enjoying himself on Dragon God Star, he received another call from Yu Beiguang. Junior sister, there are two ways to resolve this matter, one complicated and one simple. Which one would you like to hear about? After listening, Kaienxing was also very interested and quickly came up with a solution using her wisdom. I want to hear them all. Upon hearing this predictable remark, Kaienxing laughed heartily and then explained the simple method. The threads of your reincarnation are definitely far inferior to those of a nascent soul cultivator like yourself. At worst, you can just practice Void Realm with the threads of this life. I feel that with your swordsmanship talent, junior sister, you can do that. As soon as Kaienxing finished speaking, Yu Beiguang suddenly realized what was happening. That's really the case. Among the methods of cultivating emptiness left by the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect, no one can completely eliminate all lines. They can only minimize the lines as much as possible to reduce the resistance to their cultivation of emptiness and increase the success rate. Now, in this life, she is seeking emptiness by reducing the number of threads she has accumulated over 1,000 years of cultivation to reach the nascent soul stage, leaving only the threads of Shiwanyu, a chi refining cultivator. He is already the most likely person in the history of the immortal sects to reach the void realm. What about the complicated ones? Bai Guang continued to ask questions, wanting to use Kaienxing's mind to improve his own path to void refinement. Then just follow the method of untying the threads. With your identity, untie the threads that Shiwanyu is entangled in this life one by one. However, if you do this, you will inevitably have to confess to that Chunyang kid, as well as to your daughter with the pure yin body. It is very likely that you will not be able to untie them and instead create more karma and threads. As soon as Kaienxing finished speaking, Yu Beiguang understood what he meant. If Shiwanyu had truly married an ordinary husband and given birth to an ordinary daughter, she could easily untangle the lines binding her. But this husband of hers is no ordinary man. Those two were the most likely to become nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect since the two of them. Even given the speed at which he breaks through cultivation realms, catching up with the two of them in the future is only a matter of time. Wouldn't that be even better? With his talent, he might be able to practice the void realm and would also need to untie the threads. Yu Beiguang asked in confusion. Some simple threads disappear once they are untied, but some complex threads require one party to bear the consequences. In your relationship, if you untie the thread, then he will have to bear the entire cause and effect of the thread alone. Kaienxing had already mastered all the knowledge of the immortal sect and had even personally untied some of the threads binding him, so his understanding of the void refining technique far surpassed that of Beiguang. Doesn't that mean that my senior brother's disciple ruined my grand plan and misled my path to enlightenment? Yu Beiguang's tone turned slightly cold. If it weren't for Chen Chun's interference, Shiwanyu's life would have been her ideal one of reducing and seeking emptiness. Junior sister, you must know that some things are destined by fate. In response, Kaienxing said something meaningful. He wasn't trying to excuse his disciple, but rather that he had gained a deeper understanding of the secrets of heaven recently and had seen some things. Indeed, there are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Although I cleared the threads on my body by practicing subtraction and seeking emptiness, heaven arranged for them to transform into new threads. After listening, Yu Beiguang understood the meaning that Kaingsing hadn't said, and also understood why he had first mentioned the simple method. Even without Chen Chun's intervention, other unforeseen circumstances would have prevented her from easily achieving the void realm, or she might have become entangled in even more uncontrollable threads and causal relationships. After understanding, Yu Beiguang felt even more guilty towards Chen Mobai. If it weren't for my interference with his talent, he would very likely have become the first person in the immortal sect to reach the void refinement stage. I owe him for this, so I will bear the consequences of this connection between us. Yu Beiguang was very responsible. After listening to the report, he made a decision immediately. This means that she doesn't intend to be honest with Chen Mobai. This is not only an act of escapism, but also a reflection of confidence in one's own swordsmanship. Yu Beiguang believed that this line alone was enough for him to sustain his cultivation of the void realm. Then I congratulate you in advance, junior sister. However, with Chunyang's talent, even without your intervention, there would definitely be someone else to stop him from cultivating the void realm. The two of you are essentially helping each other out. Perhaps the line that would have been the biggest obstacle for him has been shared by you, making it easier for him to cultivate emptiness. Even, it's possible that by taking advantage of your attempt at the void refinement stage, you could get a glimpse into the profound realm of void refinement in advance. Besides being a deity in the immortal sect, Kaingsing is also the master of the divine mechanism palace. His mastery of the arts of divination and strategy has far surpassed that of all previous successors of the divine strategist's mansion. The karmic connection between Yu Beiguang and Chen Mobai has further enhanced his understanding of destiny and fate. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt an urge to reduce the price and seek a lower price. Unfortunately, we are now at a critical juncture in the war and cannot extricate ourselves from it. Junior sister, your matter of unraveling the threads and cultivating the void won't be delayed any longer. Why don't we kill this gold-devouring fire ant first? Although the resources on this planet are not abundant, a star core is equivalent to a sixth-order spiritual vein. If we leave here in the future and head to the Purple Cloud Star River, this will allow us to survive in the universe for several hundred more years. Upon hearing Kaingsing's words, Yu Beiguang immediately apologized. I apologize for taking up so much time, senior brother. That day, Chen Mobai was working in the Zhengfa Hall when suddenly a powerful aura emerged from the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. That sword energy. In that instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire immortal sect seemed to surge wildly, and the heavenly curtain and earthly network array was instantly controlled by a pure and vast sword intent. Chen Mobai instantly teleported into the sky and saw a jet-black sword light burst forth from the top of Wangxian Peak, like an inverted galaxy, piercing the clouds and tearing a dazzling sword mark in the azure sky. The appearance of this jet-black sword mark caused the entire Earth star to tremble slightly. Chen Mobai activated his void eye and the sound of the empty valley at the same time, watching and listening to this supreme sword path of the immortal sect. He discovered that around the dark sword mark that tore through the sky, there were countless sword domains that were faintly visible, and within each sword domain was a terrifying sword intent that could sever the heavens and earth and shatter the universe. Such terrifying sword intent caused the entire Wangwu Cave Heaven's mountains, rivers, plants, and trees to burst forth with vibrant life. This kind of sword path that is both born and dies is the ceiling of the immortal sect's combat power, and the symbol of the white light ancestor. Above Wangwu Cave, streaks of silver light appeared. It was Ying Guanghua and the other nascent soul cultivators. Unexpectedly, they all flew towards Chen Mobai. Old ancestor Bai Guang delayed his emergence from seclusion. It seems his cultivation has greatly improved. This is truly a cause for celebration, a blessing for the immortal sect. When Ying Guanghua and Gong Ajixu flew over, they spoke words of flattery. Chen Mobai thought they were showing respect to Bai Guang Leazu, the biggest backer of the Wuki Dao Academy, and exchanged a few pleasantries with them. A short while later, Wenren Zuwei and Yi Yun also flew over. Then let's go to Five Peaks Immortal Mountain together and pay our respects to the ancestor. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Mobai asked a question, and the four of them immediately nodded repeatedly. This matter requires the guidance of Master Chen Yang. Hearing Ying Guanghua's polite words, Chen Mobai smiled slightly and had no choice but to bite the bullet and fly over with the four of them. Although he was also from the Dance Weapon Academy, he was really not familiar with old ancestor Bai Guang. When he received the decree for nascent soul formation last time, it was only because Yu Huiping helped him make a show of it. But now that the atmosphere has been set up this way, if he doesn't go to pay his respects, he'll only make himself look even more insecure. At least he is the legitimate head of the Dance Weapon Academy, so old ancestor Bai Guang should at least give him some face. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mobai instantly teleported to the main entrance of the property management office at Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Ying Guanghua and the other three also appeared with him. Given their status, they could easily teleport inside without anyone saying a word. But now that ancestor Bai Guang has emerged from seclusion, everything must proceed according to procedure. Before long, the property manager of Wufeng Immortal Mountain rushed out and welcomed all 5 nascent soul cultivators inside. At the foot of Wangxian Peak, Chen Mobai and his 4 companions looked at the dark sword marks before them, their expressions growing increasingly respectful as they awaited their summons. When Ying Guanghua and the others saw that Chen Mobai was also waiting, they began to mutter to themselves. What happened? After the ancestor came out of seclusion, he turned his back on everyone. Could it be that he was just playing around and now wants to abandon her after starting something? I never expected that the #1 sword cultivator of the immortal sect would be such a scoundrel. The 4 people behind Chen Mobai were lost in thought. They exchanged glances for a while, feeling sorry for Chen Mobai, and then looked at Yi Yun, thinking that she must be that kind of person too. Yi felt a little annoyed by the gazes of the 3 people. She and Jiang Yuyuan were truly in love, unlike Bai Guang Laozu, who was just playing around. She is a good woman. Yes. Master, they have all reached the foot of the mountain. At the summit of Juxian Peak, Yu Huiping spoke to Yu Beiguang, who was holding the Jixuan sword. The latter nodded slightly and then concealed the dark sword light that had been deliberately displayed to announce his departure from seclusion. Go and send them all away, and let them act according to the plan that Kaixing made before. Yu Beiguang spoke up, knowing that Chen Mobai was among the 5 people below. She was trying to avoid them and definitely wouldn't go to see them. Fortunately, she was an absolute nascent soul ancestor in the immortal sect, and even the 3 palace masters dared not contradict her. Yes, master. Although Yu Huoping nodded in agreement, she remained standing still, as if she had something to say. Give this to him, I don't need it anymore. Yu Beiguang sighed, somewhat reluctantly placing the finger-profound sword in his hand into a sword box, and then handed it to the disciple in front of him. Master, are you really not going to see him? That wasn't what Yu Huoping wanted to say. She looked at the veils that Yu Beiguang had specially prepared yesterday, and even asked her which one looked best, clearly indicating that she planned to meet them. As a disciple, she certainly hoped that her master would be happy and fulfilled. Moreover, she regarded Chen Ziohei as her own granddaughter, and very much hoped that his family could move in here legitimately. I already said I wouldn't see you. You weren't this talkative before I went into seclusion. Yu Beiguang looked at her disciple with some impatience. Her life had been smooth sailing, so she had a somewhat naive personality. Sometimes, it was actually Yu Huiping, her disciple, who seemed more like the master, and it was up to her to take care of and remind her. Master Chen Yang has the Dinghai sword, and the Yuanyang sword has already been reserved for him. He has also upgraded the Zidian sword to the 5th level with his excellent weapon refining and sword controlling skills. This Jixuan sword is a bit of a waste for him. Yu Huiping was, after all, an apprentice. Yu Beiguang glared at him, and he could only obey the order, but he still gave some pointers. This Xuan sword is an extremely precious gift to others in the immortal sect, but to a peerless sword genius like Master Chen Yang, it's nothing special. Of course I know he doesn't lack flying swords. This isn't for him, it's for my daughter. My daughter said she wants a flying sword after she forms her core. This finger-profound sword is one I've used, so it's perfect for her. As soon as Yu Beiguang finished speaking, Yu Huoping's expression suddenly changed. She knew that Chen Ziohe wanted to practice swordsmanship, but it seemed that positives had become negatives. Her parents were already firmly in first and second place in the immortal sect's swordsmanship talent, but she, who was born, was only of average to above-average talent in swordsmanship. However, Chen Ziohe's pure yin physique already rivals Chen Mobai and Yu Beiguang's unparalleled swordsmanship talent. If he were to excel further in swordsmanship, his foundation would be too strong, attracting the envy of the heavens. It's better for his swordsmanship to be somewhat mediocre. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Huiping had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. I have met with several venerable masters. After Master emerged from seclusion and learned of the situation, he immediately rushed to Dragon God Star. You may proceed according to Ancestor Kaingsing's plan. As soon as Yu Huiping finished speaking, Chen Mobai and the others all accepted the order. However, Ying Guanghua and the other three looked at Chen Mobai with pity. Chen Mobai, who had turned around, also noticed this and felt very strange. Even if the white light ancestor doesn't see me, you don't need to look at me like that, do you? Just as he was about to leave, completely bewildered, Yu Huiping suddenly called out to him. Pure Yang Master, please wait a moment. This is what my master asked me to bring you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai stopped and took the sword box that Yu Huiping handed him. May I ask, Master Yu, what is this? Chen Mobai sensed that there were special restrictions and talismans engraved on the sword box, which could block divine sense, so he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Ying Guanghua and the other three looked over, their faces full of curiosity. This is Master's finger-pointing sword. After Yu Huiping finished speaking with a smile, Chen Mobai suddenly felt the sword box in his hand become incredibly heavy, and he almost couldn't hold it steady. Ying Guanghua and the other three stared wide-eyed. Ying Guanghua, it seems the ancestor truly loves his craft. He even gifted the finger-pointing sword. Yi Yun, this must be the breakup fee from the old ancestor. I can't follow her example in the future. Wenren Zuwei, this sword doesn't seem to be of much use to him, but the fact that the ancestor was willing to give it to him means that he still has feelings for him. Gonga Jixu, by gathering the three great flying swords of the immortal sects single-handedly, Master Chen Yang will undoubtedly become an unsurpassable monument in the history of swordsmanship in the immortal sects. At this moment, Chen Mobai also realized what was happening. Although the finger-profound sword is the most powerful flying sword in the immortal sect, he has too many flying swords. Since it's not the Yuan Yang sword, its enhancement to his combat power is probably not as great as the purple lightning sword. This item is far too precious for me to accept. Moreover, we are at a critical juncture in the war to establish the immortal sects. The finger-pointing sword is a flying sword that our ancestor has refined for 1,000 years. Please, ancestor, take it back. As soon as Chen Mobai spoke, Ying Guanghua and the other three looked at him with admiration. Not everyone can refuse the finger-pointing sword. With such a steadfast Dao heart, it's no wonder that he was able to master such terrifying swordsmanship at such a young age. Master Chen Yang has misunderstood. This is something your master asked you to give to your daughter. She heard that your daughter is about to form her core and is lacking a suitable flying sword. It just so happens that your master has just completed her swordsmanship in seclusion and wants to find a new sword master for the Jixuan sword. She believes that your daughter, with her pure yin body, will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future, and is the most suitable candidate to wield this sword. After hearing Yu Huiping's words, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in shock. Although it is known that Chen Ziohe grew up on Wangxian Peak, and may have some influence with Bai Guang Leiazu. Giving him the Zhixuan sword directly seems to be giving him too much influence. Moreover, Chen Ziohe hasn't even formed his core yet. He's merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If this gets out, the public opinion within the immortal sects will definitely be in an uproar. Even Bai Guang Laozu, a sword-down nascent soul cultivator, only gained the recognition of the finger profound sword after he formed his core. And as for him, the seemingly more outstanding peerless sword genius, it goes without saying that he was only able to obtain the Dinghai sword by taking advantage of the war and being a nascent soul cultivator. This finger profound sword, after all, belongs to the immortal sect. Giving it directly to my daughter would probably be against the rules. Chen Mobai considered his words carefully, feeling that his daughter was not yet able to bear the sword, and wanted to refuse on her behalf. Even if we really have to give him the finger-pointing sword, we can give it to him after he reaches the nascent soul stage. Master Chunyang is overthinking it. As long as our 3 hall masters don't object, this is the rule of the immortal sect. At this moment, Ying Guanghua spoke up. Although it is unprecedented in the history of the immortal sects for a foundation establishment cultivator to wield a 5th-tier magic weapon, the absence of such a thing does not mean it is impossible. As long as the 3 main halls approve it together, it will be fine. Let's wait until Palace Master Shuixian and Palace Master Qi return before making a decision. Chen Mobai was still somewhat hesitant. During the war, the Deputy Hall Master can make decisions on behalf of the Hall Master. I have no objection to that, and Master Chunyang certainly has no objection either. Could it be that Deputy Hall Master Yi has an objection? Ying Guanghua patted his chest, displaying his prowess as a member of the Immortal Affairs Hall. When he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Yun, who immediately shook her head repeatedly. I wholeheartedly agree. This is also to cultivate future sword geniuses of the immortal sect in advance. My sect master would definitely agree as well. Just kidding, if old ancestor Bai Guang lets his daughter play with his sword, who would dare to object? End of this chapter. Chapter 934, Intercepting the Profound Mystery. The Tao is damaged and destroyed. Chapter 934, Intercepting the Profound Mystery. The Tao is damaged and destroyed. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Chen Mobai had no choice but to take the finger-pointing sword back with him. Since it wasn't time to leave work yet, the 5 nascent soul cultivators went back to the 3 main halls to continue their work. The 5 of them went to the Immortal Affairs Hall and had a short meeting. After all, the latest instructions from the White Light Ancestor have been issued, and the Immortal Sect is about to launch the final attack on the group of insect beasts on Dragon God Star. They need to make a final decision on this matter. Then let's continue like this. Does Master Chunyang need any more disciples? After Ying Guanghua finished speaking, he turned to ask Chen Mobai, who was sitting opposite him. Chen Mobai was holding the sword case of the finger profound sword and seemed to be thinking about something. When he heard Ying Guanghua's words, he came back to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. After the meeting, the 5 nascent soul cultivators dispersed. Wenren Zuwei and Chen Mobai went to the Zhengfa Hall to discuss the personnel arrangements for their 2 families after the war began. However, since both of the immortal sect saints have emerged from seclusion, and it's another full-scale war, the 4 families and 4 lineages are basically treated equally. At most, a few individuals who needed protection were removed from the list and left in the immortal sect's headquarters. Of course, besides those who need protection, there are many others who have volunteered to fight. After all, the world-class war that opens up the immortal sects is something that might not happen again for hundreds of years. Now that the situation is clear, many immortal sect cultivators want to take this opportunity to accumulate merits so that they can be allocated various resources for breaking through major realms after the war. Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei naturally agreed to all those who volunteered for the battle. Apart from arranging their own people to stay by their side, they simply let the rest go with the flow and see what fate had in store for them. The 2, who never liked working overtime, found that it was already dark after discussing the entire list. Chen Mobai politely invited, "Would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Wenren Zhu immediately shook her head. "I need to go back to Jumeng Dao Academy to discuss this list with the principal and teacher Sanju. These are all just excuses." Now, the Peach Blossom Master has long since handed over all matters to Wenren Zhuwei, and Sanju, as the head master of the Imperial Medical Academy, basically doesn't concern himself with Jumeng affairs. Then it seems we can only wait until after the war ends. Chen Mobai said regretfully that after arranging the personnel list, he and Wenren Zhuwei were also going to drag in God Star to participate in the final battle. Wenren Zhuwei repeatedly said that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and then immediately used the void shift technique to leave. After returning home, Chen Mobai placed the sword case of the finger profound sword on the table. "Dad, what is this?" The mother and daughter who were waiting for him to eat naturally saw it too. Chen Ziohe asked, curiously walked over and reached out to touch it. The finger-pointing sword of the white light ancestor. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Chen Ziohe reacted as if he had been electrocuted, pulling back his right hand that had just touched the sword box, turning his head with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. "Dad, the ancestor passed this thing down to you." Chen Ziohe dared not think that this was given to her. He only thought that after Bai Guang Laozu came out of seclusion, he saw that Chen Mobai, the head of the Wu Qi Dao Academy, was so outstanding and a peerless sword genius, so he gave him this top-notch flying sword of the immortal sect. In this way, she announced to the entire immortal sect that Chen Mobai was the successor she recognized. "The ancestor told you to." As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the chopsticks that Shi Wanyu handed him and began to eat. "Dad, did I hear that right?" Chen Ziohe's eyes widened as he stared intently at the sword case of the finger profound sword, overjoyed. Having grown up on Wangxian Peak, she had heard Yu Huiping talk about this sword countless times. Coupled with the fact that Bai Guang Laozu was a top expert in the immortal sect's swordsmanship, this sword could basically be considered the #1 sword in the immortal sect. She never dreamed that this finger profound sword would actually end up in her hands. "The ancestor has high hopes for your talent and believes that your future achievements are limitless. Moreover, you are a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, so he chose you as the new master of the finger profound sword." Chen Mobai relayed what Yu Huiping had said, and Chen Ziohe immediately reached out happily, wanting to open the sword box. It's unclear what kind of restriction Bai Guang Laozu set up, but the sword box that Chen Mobai couldn't open before opened automatically after Chen Ziohe touched it. A long, jet-black sword came into view of the family of 3. Chen Mobai glanced at it and then continued eating. This is, after all, the sword of the white light ancestor. Other magical artifacts of the immortal sect may go hungry and impoverished, but the finger-pointing sword will certainly not be poor. This can be seen from the color of the finger profound sword. It is full of spiritual light, and the deep and intense sword light is almost overflowing from the blade. I guess they've been eating well all these years. Chen Mobai was not interested in a sword that could not be subdued with spirit stones. Moreover, although the finger-pointing sword is now nominally given to his daughter, if the white light ancestor were to suddenly summon him back to see his old friend, he might expose himself. Therefore, Chen Mobai mainly ignored this sword. "Let my daughter do what she wants." "Dad, this sword is too heavy, I can't lift it." Chen Ziohe reached out to take the finger profound sword out of the sword box, but even with all her strength, she couldn't budge the sword when she gripped the hilt with both hands. She turned to her father for help. "This means your cultivation level is not yet up to par." Chen Mobai continued eating, without getting up as he spoke. Chen Ziohe called out twice, but seeing that his father didn't respond, he could only start exploring and observing on his own. On the contrary, Shi Wanyu seemed to be very curious about the finger-pointing sword. Hearing her daughter's startled shouts, she put down her bowl and chopsticks and walked to the sword box. The sword inside the casket was a deep, dark black, as if it had been soaked in the purest ink, without the slightest impurity. When one's gaze fell upon the sword, one felt a profound stillness, like the darkest night that encompasses all things, exuding an aura of mystery and unpredictability. The sword's spine was sharply defined with smooth, natural lines. Shiwanyu couldn't help but reach out and touch the hilt, feeling the delicate and warm material, which contrasted sharply with the deep black of the blade, without feeling cold at all. This sword looks quite nice in black. Shiwanyu touched the hilt of the sword, satisfied her curiosity, and then immediately let go, saying something involuntarily. Upon hearing this, the finger-pointing sword seemed to understand and flew out of its scabbard, landing in front of the mother and daughter. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The light from inside the room shone on the finger sword suspended in midair, but only left a dim reflection, as if even the light was swallowed up by it, highlighting a cold and profound beauty. This sword seems a bit arrogant, I'll give it a try. Chen Mobai was afraid that the finger-profound sword was arrogant. Faced with the mother and daughter's fifth-level sword intent, he immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up while speaking. At this moment, the finger-profound sword suddenly trembled, then transformed into a streak of dark light, landing in Chen Ziohei's hand beside him. Huh? Chen Ziohei looked at the finger-profound sword in his hand with some confusion, not understanding why he couldn't pick it up just now, but now it was offering itself to him. Beside her, Shiwanyu, whose back was to Chen Mobai, had a glint in her eyes. She had been controlled by Yu Beiguang for a moment, but when she saw her daughter holding the finger-profound sword, she clapped her hands with joy. It seems this sword has accepted you. Chen Mobai, who had just walked over, looked at his daughter with some amazement, wondering whether it was the white light ancestor who set up the restriction to make the finger-profound sword recognize its master, or whether he had misjudged his daughter's sword talent, which was actually quite good. Dad, this sword must have recognized me as its master because of you. Chen Ziohei spoke up and shared her thoughts. Earlier, when she opened the sword box, she held the finger-profound sword without moving an inch. Recalling the scene of the Xuan sword recognizing its master, it happened precisely when Chen Mobai put down his chopsticks and stood up. So she naturally assumed that was the case. Yeah. Chen Mobai looked puzzled after hearing this. Does he really have that much influence? This sword has clearly not communicated with the finger-profound sword yet. Could it be that, during the more than 100 years that the white light ancestor was in seclusion, the sword was starved because no one fed it? Is it because they can smell the strong scent of spirit stones emanating from him, that they're trying to curry favor with him first? Chen Mobai was a little confused, but the fact that the Xuan sword recognized its master was definitely a good thing, since the new sword master was his daughter. But he was determined to communicate less with the sword spirit. At most, he could try using the heaven-severing thread of longevity sword intent to see if he could intercept the sword intent of those lines on the sword. However, without the cooperation of the sword spirit, he didn't hold out much hope. After all, this finger-profound sword is not like other magical artifacts such as purple lightning, green frost, and sea-stabilizing sword. It has the white light ancestor as its backer, so it is difficult to fool. Moreover, this sword might still be able to contact the white light ancestor, so caution is always the best policy. Come with me, and I will teach you some secrets of sword practice. After finishing their meal, Chen Mobai left Shiwanyu to clean up the dishes while he took his daughter to his cultivation room. Although his swordsmanship level was entirely due to initiation, an initiation level is still a level. Whether by the standards of the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm, he is a master of swordsmanship. The way of the sword is divided into two paths. One sword breaks through all laws, and one sword gives birth to all laws. Among them, 99% of sword cultivators choose to break through all laws with a single sword, emphasizing specialization and uniqueness, making them invincible. This path has been verified the most times by the sages of the immortal sects. As long as you cultivate step by step on this path, and with the help of the finger-profound sword, you may be able to reach the realm of breaking through all laws with a single sword in the future. After checking his daughter's swordsmanship talent again, Chen Mobai confirmed that she did not have the talent to create myriad laws with a single sword. He then took out the Azure Frost sword, communicated with it through Sword Heart, and practiced the realm of Sword Fiend Thunder Sound. Chen Ziohe was, after all, the top graduate of the Wuki Dao Academy. He had diligently practiced swordsmanship for many years and had achieved some success. The sword light had already solidified into a fierce aura, and the sword-making technique was almost complete. However, the higher one progresses in swordsmanship, the more difficult it becomes, and the more talent is required. Techniques like Sword Fiend Thunder Sound, condensing sword into silk, and one sword breaking 10,000 laws require only a very small percentage of effort to master. Chen Mobai only managed to master the Sword Fiend Thunder Sound by relying on the ink sword mark of the White Light Ancestor and his nascent soul realm. Dad, your swordsmanship level seems to be not far from condensing swords into threads. That's amazing. Chen Ziohe looked at Chen Mobai with admiration. Although the latter remained modest, his daughter's praise made him smile involuntarily. Not at all, not at all. I haven't focused on swordsmanship these past few years, so I've become a bit rusty. Chen Mobai made an excuse for not having mastered the skill of condensing swords into threads. After all, his talent in swordsmanship was comparable to that of the White Light Ancestor, and it was a bit unreasonable that he hadn't mastered it yet. Dad, I know you're better at creating countless techniques with a single sword strike. Can I practice that too? Chen Ziohe took the initiative to explain to Chen Mobai that ever since the White Light Ancestor paved this path, all the sword cultivators with some talent in the immortal sects hope to be able to entrust their primordial spirit to the sword and achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Since you want to practice, I'll first tell you about the realm of one sword creates myriad laws. However, since only the White Light Ancestor mastered it and she didn't write a book about it, my understanding of this realm is merely my own interpretation and supplement. Just listen to it. On the immortal sex side, only the one sword can break all laws technique has a complete lineage and training method. The lineage of one sword creates myriad laws is extremely rare because very few people can master sword intent, making this aspect even less abundant than that of the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai integrated the traditions from both sides and made some minor improvements. 9 realms of swordsmanship. The first 4 realms are the same. Sword refinement into Qi, sword Qi transformation into Qi, sword Qi like a rainbow, and sword rainbow splitting into light. At the 5th level, the 2 paths of sword cultivation begin to diverge. The former follows the path of sword light condensing evil, sword evil thunder sound, condensing sword into silk, and one sword breaks 10,000 laws. The latter follows the principles of sword light taking shape, sword intent forming momentum, sword mind becoming clear, and one sword giving rise to myriad laws. Among them, in the heavenly river realm, because the inheritance of one sword creates 10,000 laws, is more complete. After the sword light takes shape, there is another realm called sword form condensation of intent, which is equivalent to the sword-making process after the sword aura of one sword breaks 10,000 laws is perfected. However, at the final stage of the 2 paths, they converge, a state known as spiritual sword entrustment, or entrusting the primordial spirit. To this day, all those who have walked the path of one sword to break all laws in the immortal sect have stopped before reaching the threshold of the 9th realm of swordsmanship, and have never been able to cross it in their entire lives. Only Bai Guang, upon reaching the divine transformation stage, had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where his primordial spirit resided. Dad, you can definitely do it too. After listening to Chen Mobai's understanding of the 2 paths of swordsmanship, Chen Ziohe spoke from the bottom of his heart. I have seen the path of my primordial spirit being attached to the sword, but whether I can succeed is still unknown. Chen Mobai did not deny this. After intercepting the purple flower sword intent, his heaven-slaying longevity sword intent, through the resonance of the purple lightning sword, had already seen the possibility of using this primordial spirit to entrust the sword. How arrogant! But at that moment, a sword rang out, and the finger-profound sword in Chen Ziohe's hand resonated with the air through its blade, producing a sound. Then a little boy with black hair and black eyes emerged from the sword as if from mist. "Who are you?" Shocked, Chen Ziohe released the sword in his hand. However, the little boy sat upright on the sword, as if he were riding it, causing the Jixuan sword to drag him floating in midair. Senior must be referring to the sword spirit of the Xuanjian. Chen Mobai, however, was well informed and smiled as he stood up and bowed to the little boy. "That's right, that's me." The little boy with black hair and black eyes nodded arrogantly, indicating his identity. "Now that I am your master, can I command you?" Upon hearing that it was a spirit, Chen Ziohe asked with a curious expression. "As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will naturally obey." After hesitating for a moment, the spirit of the finger-pointing sword answered somewhat reluctantly. "Then can you call me master? Since my birth, I have had two masters, Zhang Daosun and Yu Beiguang. I don't ask you to reach their level, but at the very least, you must reach the nascent soul stage. Only then will I be able to call you master." Faced with Chen Ziohe's request, the spirit of the finger-profound sword refused without hesitation. "I have a pure yin body and the potential to become a deity. I will be able to become a deity sooner or later. You can call out in advance." Chen Ziohe spoke with confidence, but the spirit of the finger-profound sword shook his head with principle. "You're not qualified to take out a loan and make me call you master." Chen Mobai grasped the key point from the words of the Xuan sword spirit. "It seems you called out to Ancestor Bai Guang in advance. My master's swordsmanship talent is undoubtedly the best in history. I already called her master when she formed her core." The arrogant finger-profound sword spirit spoke of the white light with a face full of respect. "If we're talking about talent, my dad's swordsmanship talent is even greater than that of the white light ancestor. By that standard, it's not too much for you to call my dad master, right?" Chen Ziohe was somewhat indignant after being mercilessly attacked by the Xuan sword spirit, but she knew that she had not been able to inherit her father's unparalleled sword talent, and she did not want to see her sword so arrogant, so she couldn't help but speak sarcastically. "In this world, there is no one whose swordsmanship talent is more exaggerated than that of the master." The spirit of the finger-pointing sword, however, did not believe it. In its mind, Yu Beiguang is the best in the world. "It seems you don't know my father's cultivation speed. If my father had focused all his attention on swordsmanship at the same age, his achievements would definitely have surpassed those of the white light ancestor." In Chen Ziohe's mind, his own father is the best in the world. "Nonsense!" Upon hearing this, the spirit of the Xuan sword flew into a rage and, like a child, stood up from the sword and began arguing with Chen Ziohe. All right, there's no point in arguing about this. Ancestor Bai Guang is at least at the pinnacle of the immortal sect's sword path, although I have some talent and have seen the path of my own primordial spirit residing in a sword. I haven't achieved it yet." Chen Mobai immediately began to dissuade him, maintaining his humble genius persona. "Impossible. You haven't even mastered condensing swords into threads. How could you possibly comprehend the concept of primordial spirit entrusting swords to the sword?" The spirit of the finger-pointing sword looked unconvinced, even thinking that Chen Mobai was deliberately bragging to show off in front of his daughter. "You flatter me, senior. I have never boasted in my life." Every boast and vow Chen Mobai made in the immortal sect came true. "HMPH, then tell me your understanding of the primordial spirit entrusting the sword. It just so happens that my understanding of this realm is second only to the master, so I can tell whether you truly understand or are just pretending." The spirit of the Xuan sword was simple-minded, and after hearing this, she insisted on having a serious discussion with Chen Mobai. It had only revealed itself to expose Chen Mobai after hearing him say that he had seen the path of the primordial spirit residing in the sword. It would not allow anyone to pretend to know what they didn't know about the way of the sword. Especially since this person is the father of its new master, it is deeply afraid that the new master will be influenced by him, become overly ambitious, and lose sight of the fundamentals of swordsmanship. What's the point of arguing with my seniors about these things? Even if I prove I understand, so what? Chen Mobai was past the age of fighting with his temper, and he had no need to explain his swordsmanship to the obviously childish Jixuan sword spirit. If you don't understand, there's no need to use these words as an excuse. From now on, I will teach her swordsmanship. You don't need to interfere lest you mislead her. The spirit of the finger-pointing sword thought Chen Mobai was showing fear, and its words were quite blunt. Over the past 1,000 years, it has been influenced by the white light, making it hard-hearted and petty. If that's how it is, senior, then I have no choice but to show you. Chen Mobai had been living a smooth and successful life in the immortal sect for so many years, and he had never been mocked like this before, especially in front of his own daughter. It was clear that he had no intention of giving face to the Jixuan sword spirit and the white light ancestor behind it. After all, if he were to admit it, his glorious image in front of his daughter would be greatly diminished. Come on then. If you truly understand the art of imbuing a sword with one's primordial spirit, I'm willing to apologize to you. The spirit of the finger-pointing sword sat nonchalantly on the sword and spoke. When I saw this path, it was during my spiritual connection with the purple lightning sword. Since I have not studied the realm of swordsmanship much, I cannot describe it in words. I ask you to open your mind and contemplate it with me, so that, when I connect with the purple lightning sword, you can also see my understanding of entrusting my primordial spirit with the purple flower sword intent. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the spirit of the Xuan sword nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Today I'll make you admit defeat wholeheartedly, without any excuses. The spirit of the finger profound sword, riding its jet-black blade, flew to Chen Mobai's side. The latter immediately reached out and grasped the hilt, unleashing the Cantong Qi. With the full cooperation of the sword spirit, Chen Mobai easily mastered the sword spirit and made it his own destiny. In that instant, Chen Mobai saw the lines wrapped around the sword. There are quite a few. Although the finger-pointing sword claims to have only had 2 masters, it was actually used as a symbol of the immortal sect master. Therefore, the 3 great hall masters of each generation would bring it out of the museum to practice this supreme sword technique when they were studying the immortal sect's sword manual. However, it is clear that it is arrogant and only approves of Zhang Daosun and Yu Beiguang. As Chen Mobai took out the purple lightning sword, he used the heaven-severing longevity sword intent to intercept the sword intent entwined on the finger profound sword. Although there are many threads wrapped around the finger profound sword, 2 of them far surpass all of them, clearly belonging to 2 nascent soul true monarchs. Chen Mobai couldn't tell which one was Zhang Daosun's and which one was Yu Beiguang's. However, after comparing them, he directly chose the thickest and largest one. Anyway, he'll gain something if he can intercept the sword intent of either of them. What are you doing? However, as soon as he activated the heaven-slaying longevity sword intent, the spirit of the finger profound sword sensed it. Although it could not see the lines wrapped around its own sword, the strange feeling of being pulled made it unable to help but ask a question. My primordial spirit sword was something I figured out myself. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to perceive it, so I studied it a little deeper with you. This is normal. Don't worry about it. Just feel and experience it carefully. Chen Mobai wasn't just bluffing. At this moment, he was multitasking, holding the purple lightning sword in one hand and beginning to deduce and unleash the purple flower sword intent he had intercepted, reaching a level that even the green stone master hadn't achieved. This really seems to be the primordial spirit residing in the sword. The spirit of the finger profound sword, which was in the same state as Chen Mobai, naturally sensed this as well, and was somewhat shocked. Under such circumstances, it regarded the slight abnormality of the sword intent being intercepted on the sword body as a normal phenomenon. Senior, although I have deduced this realm, I lack the corresponding materials and guidance, and I don't know if I have gone astray. Fortunately, I have met you today. Please take a closer look and give me some pointers. While Chen Mobai used the longevity sword intent to intercept the attack, he also used words to calm the spirit of the finger profound sword. The latter was completely unaware of this and even nodded with some shame. It felt ashamed of its previous attitude. It truly hadn't expected that within the immortal sect, there would actually be a peerless sword genius who was no less skilled than their master. No, judging from age, this person is even more perverted than the owner. No wonder his master took a liking to him and even bore him a daughter. It turns out that they had long ago seen his unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, and that he might be able to do what his master couldn't do in the future. Thinking this way, the spirit of the finger profound sword worked even harder to comprehend Chen Mobai's understanding of entrusting his primordial spirit to the purple lightning sword, wanting to use its experience of following its master for thousands of years to help guide him. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already reached the end of this line. This line, however, does not belong to Yu Beiguang but to Zhang Daosun, the leader of the immortal sect. At the end of the line was a middle-aged man with a thin face, wearing a Taoist robe. His eyes were bright and piercing, yet he possessed an ethereal and extraordinary air, with a jet-black finger Xuan sword hanging at his waist. Under the sword intent of the heaven-severing line of immortality, Zhang Daosun formed a sword with his fingers, and the finger Xuan at his waist danced accordingly, unleashing a supreme sword technique that transcended the mundane. His sword intent contained a profound and boundless immortal charm, as steady and weighty as mountains and rivers, and as unfathomable as the stars and the sea, encompassing all things and phenomena. Between a finger and a sword, there is the world, nature, the universe, and the galaxy. One sword transforms into an array, one sword forms a domain, one sword becomes 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords return to one sword. In the end, this sword strike condensed into the purest light, and wherever it passed, all things perished, all phenomena vanished, and all sound ceased. Everything, tangible and intangible, was annihilated by this sword. Even Chen Mobai's heaven-slaying sword intent was annihilated when it intercepted this sword intent. However, before he was annihilated, the sword intent that Zhang Daosun's sword had evolved into his mind had already been completely intercepted. Two words came to mind. The Tao is extinguished. It was the sword intent of Zhang Daosun, the master of the immortal sect. Transmigrating to a chaotic, catastrophic world filled with all sorts of bizarre objects, Q2 discovers that he has ended up sleeping with the mistress of a powerful figure. Now that it's been discovered, let's just let things take their course. Strengthen your power, cultivate influence, and discover beautiful and powerful subordinates to gradually climb to the pinnacle of this world. Cataclysmic abilities and bizarre items include orpiment that can erase one's impression on others, the head of a strange beast that can summon a storm with a kiss, silver coins that can store emotions, and a potion that can increase favorability by hitting someone, etc. End of this chapter. Chapter 935, Opening the War. Chapter 935, Opening the War. Zhang Daosun's sword intent was so powerful. Chen Mobai stopped his meditation with the finger profound sword with some surprise. The Heavenly Venerable's heavenly intercepting line of longevity sword intent was actually annihilated by this extinction sword during the interception process. This is mainly because Chen Mobai's cultivation level is too low. He has only just begun to grasp the essence of the Celestial Venerable's longevity sword intent. Even so, he had already extracted a portion of the essence of the Tao extinction sword and deeply imprinted it on his mind. Chen Mobai immediately closed his eyes and sat upright, beginning to carefully comprehend the gains from this interception of sword intent. Upon this realization, he was horrified to discover that his longevity sword intent had also weakened considerably. This annihilation sword could actually affect him across time. If it were someone else, they would probably be heartbroken, and it would take them a long time to make amends. Compared to the Tao annihilation sword, the longevity sword intent of the heaven-severing line is definitely more effective. Fortunately, Chen Mobai's longevity sword intent was not something he obtained through hard work. Although a part of it was severed, he could replenish it to the peak of the 4th rank by going back to the great Tao tree for empowerment. After thinking about this, Chen Mobai immediately put the longevity sword intent out of his mind. Then I began to carefully comprehend the Tao Annihilation Sword technique that I had just extracted. Because Zhang Daosun's complete Tao Extinction Sword intent was too powerful and terrifying, Chen Mobai was unable to intercept it, but even so, it greatly improved his swordsmanship. Following the example of Dao Mai, Chen Mobai unleashed his Yuan Yang sword aura, mimicking the scene of Dao Mai condensing 10,000 swords into one and annihilating all things. However, his cultivation level was relatively low, and his talent in swordsmanship was rather ordinary, so he only managed to imitate a little bit of the basics. Inside the cultivation room, Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes, looked at the Yuan Yang sword fiend that had condensed into a wisp of crystalline sword thread in his palm, and sighed softly. This annihilation sword is the highest achievement of Zhang Daosun's cultivation of the immortal sect sword techniques. With a single strike, even the Changchun ancestor might not have been able to withstand it. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai could only learn to condense sword energy into silk. Dad, you've already broken through. But only Chen Mobai himself knew about this. When he saw that after he released the finger profound sword, he closed and opened his eyes and condensed the Yuan Yang sword aura into a bright sword thread, Chen Ziohe was excited. He thought that his father had made another breakthrough in swordsmanship during the process. Yes, after studying the finger profound sword together, I sensed the Tao extinction sword intent left by ancestor Zhang Daosun on its blade. After referring to it slightly, I mastered the realm of condensing sword into threads. Chen Mobai spoke the truth, and the Xuan sword spirit was utterly shocked upon hearing it. If Chen Mobai and the purple lightning sword achieved a state of clarity after their joint study, demonstrating his understanding of entrusting his primordial spirit to the sword, and gaining the recognition of the finger profound sword spirit for his talent, then Chen Mobai's current comprehension of the Tao Annihilation sword intent from it is something that makes it hard to believe. There is such a monstrous genius in swordsmanship in the world. Compared to him, even the master seemed rather mediocre. Because Yu Beiguang had wielded the Zhixuan sword for over 1,000 years, under its unreserved guidance, he had only just managed to comprehend the Tao extinction sword intent. Chen Mobai, however, did not need its guidance. He comprehended it on his own. Compared to that, white light is somewhat inferior. Why didn't my master send me to the male master sooner? At this moment, the thoughts in the mind of the sword spirit were completely different from those at the beginning. When the white light first sent it out, it was vehemently opposed. What kind of level is this? It doesn't even have the nascent soul realm, yet it deserves to possess the #1 sword of the immortal sect. Oh, so she's your daughter, master. Well then, I'll allow her to have her for a while. At this moment, the spirit of the finger sword finally understood its master's good intentions. It turned out that the master did not want it to guide and protect the young lady's sword cultivation, but rather to send it to the side of the male master, who was an even more amazing peerless sword genius. Compared to my master, the male master is more suitable for me. After Chen Mobai demonstrated his understanding of the sword and the sword spirit, and Chen Mobai himself comprehended the Tao extinction sword intent from the sword spirit, the spirit of the sword instantly changed its mind. I was arrogant before and offended you greatly. Please forgive me, master. The spirit of the Xuan sword stood up from the black blade, clasped its hands in a respectful bow, and solemnly apologized to Chen Mobai. Not at all, you're just concerned about my daughter. Chen Mobai had received great benefits from the spirit of the finger profound sword, so he naturally wouldn't stoop to its level and returned the favor very politely. The Tao Annihilation sword he has captured so far is not yet complete. There will be many more uses for the finger profound sword in the future. Moreover, besides Zhang Daosun's sword intent, there is also the white light ancestors. In his eyes, the finger profound sword was already a treasure trove for improving his swordsmanship. Mrs. Swordsmanship Foundation has quite a few problems. Do you need me to teach and correct them? The spirit of the Xuan sword pointed at Chen Ziohe and began to get down to business. When Yu Beiguang brought it over, he gave her a piece of advice: teach her daughter well. The spirit of the finger profound sword couldn't wait to complete this small task, and then throw itself into the arms of the peerless sword genius before it. In its view, the pure Yang master before it was more likely to achieve the void refinement realm than its master. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chen Mobai knew that his swordsmanship was definitely inferior to that of the finger profound sword spirit, so as soon as he heard that it wanted to teach him, he immediately gave up the training room to them. He had considered listening in, but fearing that his image as a swordsmanship genius would be exposed, he gave up the idea. Moreover, he has now reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm in both of his swordsmanship realms. One sword gives rise to myriad laws. He had long ago reached the realm of sword heart clarity. This realm started at a normal level, but it continuously grows stronger with the power of his sword intent. Now, wielding the purple lightning sword with the realm of sword heart clarity, combined with the purple radiant sword intent, if his opponent doesn't have a fifth-tier defense, he can basically kill them with one strike. No one can stop him. And with one sword breaking through all laws, today he has also achieved condensing sword into silk. This is an invincible method for nascent soul cultivators. If Chen Mobai did not have the purple lightning sword, condensing sword into silk would be his most powerful killing technique. And no matter which path he breaks through next, it will be equivalent to the realm of sword godhood. After returning to his room, Chen Mobai discovered that Shi Wanyu was still awake. Shi Wanyu was clearly pleasantly surprised by his return. Chen Mobai told his daughter that he would give her the training room to practice swordsmanship, and then the couple went to bed together to rest. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, the father and daughter went to work. It is known that the Xuan sword did not want to enter Chen Ziohei's domain, so it stayed at home. Master, the male master you chose has a swordsmanship talent that even surpasses yours. After Yu Beiguang logged in, the spirit of the finger profound sword floated out and told her everything that had happened the night before. After listening, she was slightly surprised. Although he had long known that the man he had chosen for his reincarnation was known as having the potential to become an immortal and was the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect, Yu Beiguang did not believe that his talent in swordsmanship would be better than his own. But after hearing what happened last night, she fell silent. It seems she's a little better than me. Realizing this, Yu Beiguang, who was always competitive, instinctively felt a little unconvinced, but when he thought that this was his own man, an indescribable sense of pride welled up in his heart. You should teach my daughter well. My husband has such talent in swordsmanship, and it shouldn't be wasted. After the war ends, I'll write a list and have him study the complete immortal sword manual. You can guide him then. Although with his talent, he can understand it thoroughly even without you, it'll save some time. As soon as Yu Beiguang finished speaking, the spirit of the finger profound sword nodded respectfully, and then asked a question with some hesitation. Master, can I go with the male master then? What do you mean by that? Mrs. Talent in swordsmanship is rather mediocre. I can teach her quickly, so it would be a waste to use me. I think I can be of the greatest value in the hands of the master or you. Perhaps with my assistance, the master can even practice the void through swordsmanship. My husband and I are among the most talented sword masters in the immortal sects. Whether you're here or not makes little difference. We'll definitely reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. But my daughter is different. It's my fault for having less talent in this reincarnated body which has held her back. That's why we need your help. You're a bonus to us, but a lifeline to my daughter. Don't worry, as long as you can guide my daughter to the nascent soul stage in swordsmanship in the future, my husband and I will find a way to help you reach the 6th rank. Yu Beiguang's words combined soft and hard tactics, but the Xuanjian spirit was still somewhat unwilling. It is arrogant and only recognizes geniuses. But the temptation of advancing to the 6th rank, plus the fact that Chen Ziohei's parents were the masters it shamelessly wanted to acknowledge, made it reluctantly agree out of respect for them. Let me make this clear first, I can't guarantee I can teach you well. The further you progress in swordsmanship, the more talent you need to rely on, as you know, master. Okay, you teach me first. Yu Beiguang readily agreed. She had already examined her daughter's talent. While her swordsmanship was lowered by her reincarnation, Her pure yin body was undeniable. With her and Chen Mobai protecting them, their chances of reaching the nascent soul stage are very high. Once the daughter reaches the divine realm, she can choose any fifth-tier magic weapon from the immortal sect, and they can even be custom-made to her specifications. She can choose whether or not to accept the finger profound sword. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that a nascent soul ancestor had appeared in his home. After he went to work, he made an excuse to go to Tianhe realm. As soon as Qing Nu emerged from her secluded meditation chamber in Huanglong Cave, she immediately sensed it. "Congratulations, you've broken through to a higher realm." Chen Mobai was overjoyed to see his Taoist partner, whose aura was even stronger, standing before him. There are many aspects of this nascent soul transformation technique that require self-exploration, which is why the cultivation speed is a bit slow. Qing Nu smiled and spoke. She had been in the core formation stage for 39 years. If it were an ordinary water attribute cultivation technique, she would probably have broken through more than 10 years ago. However, the Black Emperor Abyss scripture is vast and profound, and coupled with the lack of prior experience and her dislike of taking pills to improve herself, it wasn't until 5 years ago that she broke through to the mid-stage of core formation. In the primordial immortal city, there is a state altar left by true monarch Yiyuan. You can go and take a look when you have time. When Chen Mobai heard her mention the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, he was reminded of this matter. He took out the large jade pendant that combined the 5 elements from his own domain, and then left 2 strands of primordial chaos true qi inside it. After explaining the method for entering and exiting the 1 Yuan secret realm to Qing Nu, Chen Mobai went to the Divine Tree secret realm. After replenishing the longevity sword intent of the heaven-severing line with the help of the great Tao tree, he once again used the devouring god technique. However, his spiritual realm is now not much different from that of the great Tao tree, so the devouring god technique is becoming less and less effective. After the war ends, he will have to find a way to obtain 5th-tier spiritual plants. He also possessed another spiritual item that could enhance divine sense, the azure cold water of the Yellow Dragon Cave. However, this thing is more useful to Qing Nu. If she refines it when she reaches the peak of core formation, she can advance her divine sense to the nascent soul level ahead of schedule. In that case, combined with innate water elemental essence and the nascent soul nourishing pill, achieving nascent soul formation will be virtually guaranteed. So Chen Mobai was left to Qing Nu. After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai began to mobilize his troops. After all, the order to launch a general offensive and initiate a war had been confirmed by the 2 saints of the immortal sect, and he was about to go to the front line. With a 99% chance of victory in this battle, Chen Mobai brought most of his men with him to accumulate merit. On the immortal sect's side, the older generation, whose potential had been exhausted, such as Uncle Wang, were left to look after and guard the area. Hua Zijing, Zhuang Jialan, Zhongli Tianyu, Yun Yangbing, Ming Yihua, Zhou Tiangong, and other new generation core formation cultivators from the Wuqi Dao Academy were all included on the list. At Jumeng Dao Academy, Wenren Zuwei, along with Pei Qingshuang and others, joined the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace. Dragon God Star. Having arranged all the array flags, Lin Dayaming sat in a cave on this planet, unleashing his spiritual pivot myriad manifestations ability, as if he had transformed into the central hub of heaven and earth, and began to slowly draw upon the earth's hidden energy. Beside him, Yan Xinji silently observed this scene. He and Lin Dayaming wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to try and break through to the nascent soul realm. After using the spiritual pivot myriad manifestations, one can draw upon the vast and boundless spiritual energy within the earth's veins to temper one's own nascent soul. Theoretically, if there is no external interference, Lin Dayaming can integrate the spiritual energy of the entire planet into one, combine it with his nascent soul, and transform it into a primordial spirit. If there is essence and vital energy in the fetus during this process, it can be greatly shortened. Because the essence of fetal development is the origin of the planet, containing the mysteries of creation. Lin Dayaming is now in the spirit pivot form, which means he needs to first refine the endless spiritual energy of the planet into pure essence, transforming it into embryonic essence, before he can attempt to transform into a nascent soul. Fortunately, the earth element on this dragon god star is still largely pristine because the gold-eating fire ants don't like it, which is why they were able to cast the grand formation and condense the essence of the embryonic transformation. Over the years, Lin Dayaming has almost perfected his Tao. Yan Xinji also received half. He refined one portion and indeed felt that the bottleneck that had trapped him for hundreds of years was beginning to loosen. That is why he hoped that the Queen Mother deep within the earth could hold out for longer. After all, if the immortal sects were to take over this planet, given their capabilities, they would definitely set up a celestial and terrestrial network to squeeze all of the planet's energy out of it before they would stop. In order to obtain more embryonic essence, Yan Xinji also had Shen Yuxuan master and others disrupt the situation as much as possible to maintain the balance of power between the immortal sects and the insect beasts. The top cultivators of the Ascension sect basically share the same cultivation techniques. Although the highest achievement in the devouring god technique belongs to the master of the divine imperial pavilion, both the ascending sect master and Yan Xinji, the dragon and tiger ancestor, also possessed considerable skill. They rode insect beasts and grew stronger in the war. Although the cultivation methods of these gold-eating fire ants were completely different from those of humans, they were all evil giants and soon found a way to accelerate their growth. Like humans, they can refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but they need to create cultivation techniques, which is too slow. Moreover, they discovered that the metal and fire energies on this planet are extremely thin, obviously because the majority of them have been devoured by the Queen Mother. As a polymath, Yan Xinji quickly discovered after dissecting and studying the gold-eating fire ants that the fastest way for them to evolve was to devour large quantities of spiritual materials containing both gold and fire energy. Although most of the gold and fire spiritual materials on this dragon god star have been transported to the Queen Mother by the insect beasts, the gold-eating fire ant itself contains both gold and fire energy. This is why, after a fire ant dies, its body is eaten by its own kind, as this is the best food for them to evolve. Upon discovering this, the Ascension cult members did not hesitate at all and immediately began devouring their own kind. They even personally captured more powerful insect beasts and fed them to their insect beast clones to evolve. Some time ago, after the divine imperial pavilion master located a nascent soul insect beast, Yan Xinji also went out, and the three of them joined forces to capture it. The three then used their insect beast clones to devour and refine the creature alive. Over the years, they have also discovered that the Queen Mother does nothing except lay eggs. Although the number of nascent soul insect beasts is not large, given the overwhelming pressure from the immortal sect, the disappearance of one would simply be interpreted as the immortal sect capturing and killing it. After devouring the nascent soul insect beast, all of their insect beast clones also gain the keys to evolve to the fourth tier. Next, all you need to do is continuously devour your own kind to strengthen your metal and fire energies, and you will be able to advance to the next level. Upon discovering this, the members of the Ascension cult became even more greedy. They were already thinking that if they could devour the Mother Queen, they would at least have a path to the fifth tier. Although they are fifth-tier insect beasts, since they are a cult, they don't care what they become as long as they can advance. Therefore, the main plans of the Ascension sect are to assist Lin Dayaming in extracting the Earth's essence from Dragon God Star and condensing the essence of fetal transformation, while cultivating their own insect beast clones so that they can see if they can devour a piece of the Mother Queen's flesh and blood once she is defeated. With the foundation of the immortal sect, even if this Mother Queen is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she would not be able to withstand it. In a dark cave beneath Dragon God Star, the insect beast avatars of the Ascension Cult Master, the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master, and Yan Xinji stood in human form and conversed. "Let's try to buy some time. If we really can't hold them off, then we'll see what happens." The divine imperial pavilion master shared his thoughts. His devouring god technique had already reached a level of unparalleled mastery. The one that was previously killed by Chen Mobai's purple lightning sword was merely the best cauldron he had cultivated. Although the loss was heartbreaking, it was worth it to have saved us from disaster. If it comes to the final moment, assisting the two saints of the immortal sect in suppressing the Mother Queen is not out of the question. After all, given the nature of the immortal sect, they will definitely take good care of a fifth-tier peak being like the Mother Queen and study her thoroughly. As long as the item is still with the immortal sect, we will always find an opportunity to steal a piece of flesh and blood over the long years. Yan Xinji then suggested another method, but the other two remained silent. The lifespans of the ascending cult master and the divine imperial pavilion master are already running out. Even if they have achieved profound cultivation and practiced forbidden techniques that plunder lifespan to replenish themselves, they cannot improve indefinitely. That is why they attach great importance to the dragon god star they have approached this time. He even thought to himself that if all else failed, he would follow this dragon god star, leave the Tianyang system, and make one last desperate attempt. Rumble! Just then, a violent, earth-shaking tremor began to resound. The underground cave they were in was beginning to crack, and if it weren't for the fact that their insect beast avatars were of a relatively high rank, they would probably have been buried alive. Has the Xuanwu Dao Palace come down again? They are now 3,000 meters underground. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to exert all his strength, he would not be able to cause such a commotion through the thick earth. Previously, this situation only occurred when Narcissus descended from the Xuanwu Dao Palace to clean up. No, it's not just the Xuanwu Dao Palace. The divine imperial pavilion master had the most insect beast clones. He quickly saw through one of his clones on the ground that in the outer starry sky, the two enormous Dao palaces of Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, under the protection of starships and two great heavenly gates, were evolving into the nine heavens immortal mansion Void Realm, descending towards Dragon God Star. It seems that Bai Guang has emerged from seclusion, and the immortal sects are about to launch a full-scale attack. After the ascended cult leader finished speaking, an idea came to mind. Do you think that, if we pass on the purple cloud Dao scripture to the Empress, it might be able to make a breakthrough? As soon as she finished speaking, the other two looked shocked. I think we should be cautious. Yan Xinji hesitated for a moment, then offered a tactful dissuasion. The Zixao Dao book is a supreme Dao book compiled by the sages of their ancient Dao lineage, who gathered the true words and Dao patterns obtained from entering the Zixao Palace. Basically, all the original forbidden techniques of the ancient Dao lineage are contained in the Zixao Dao book. In terms of value, it is even comparable to the 7 heavenly books of the immortal sect. If the Empress Mother can truly understand and break through the bottleneck, the immortal sect will definitely use the Lingxiao Palace to turn this dragon god star into dust. That would be such a waste. I just suddenly thought of this, so let's see how things go. After they finished speaking, the three of them went their separate ways. However, the words of the ascended cult master caused a great uproar in the heart of the divine imperial pavilion master. Humans have short lifespans, while demons have long lifespans. This is because humans cultivate their souls and comprehend the great Tao at a rate several times, or even dozens of times, that of demons, so they age and wither much faster. It is precisely for this reason that the Queen Mother, as a gold-eating fire ant, although possessing great talent and the core energy of the entire Dragon God Star, is still stuck at the threshold of the void refinement stage, and has been unable to take that step for a long time. So, if he could possess the body of the Empress Mother, and with the supreme Tao recorded in the Zixao Tao book, wouldn't he be able to ascend to heaven in one step? Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yuxian Master knew clearly that the spiritual power of a being of the level of the Mother Empress was so strong that he could not possibly possess her. However, over the years, after possessing so many insect beasts, he discovered a secret. Perhaps we can use this to take this crucial step. In that case, we might have to lend a hand to the immortal sects. Yes. The movements of the Ascension sect naturally did not escape the notice of ancestor Kaingsing, but he also wanted to see what extent Lin Daoming's spiritual pivot myriad manifestations could achieve. In addition, there are some things that are difficult for the immortal sect to handle, and what is needed are people from the Ascension sect who have no bottom line. However, these were ultimately just amusement to pass the time. With the emergence of the white light, it was time for the war to open up this Dragon God Star to come to an end. Above Dragon God Star, Chen Mobai rode the Vermilion Bird Palace, guarding the southern sky. Like a crimson fiery jade cast from the sky, the southern heavenly gate, spanning the heavens, floats outside the Tao Palace. As flames flicker, they transform into countless fire crows, covering the sky and the earth. Each of these fire crows is equivalent to a third-order divine lightning bolt. When they strike the earth, flames instantly shoot into the sky, turning the entire yellow sandy land within sight into a boundless sea of fire. In the scorching heat, insect beasts burst forth from the depths of the earth, only to be reduced to charred corpses in the flames. After a massive swarm of crows swept across the land, only 1 or 2 out of 10 of the countless insects and beasts that were once densely packed on the ground guarded by the Vermilion Bird Palace remained. To Chen Mobai's surprise, some of these surviving insects and beasts actually evolved after being baptized by the fire crows. As expected, these fire ants are highly resistant to fire. Let's stop the fire crow formation, Chen Mobai said to Hua Zijing beside him. The latter nodded and was about to inform Zhongli Tianyu, who was in command at Nantianmen, when she discovered that the fire crows that were still being generated had turned back into fire elemental energy and condensed into fire crystal shields. Some powerful insect beasts spat out golden fire energy balls at the Vermilion Bird Palace, which landed on the fire crystal shield, causing ripples. Some of the fire spiritual energy was even absorbed in return. Zhao Zhongli's command is quite good. Upon seeing this scene, Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but exclaim in praise. After Bai Guang Lao Zu emerged from seclusion, the 3 main halls of the immortal sect immediately transformed into war machines. Chen Mobai also led his people to evolve the Vermilion Bird Tao Palace into the 9 Heavens Fire Palace, which became one of the energy sources for the Link Sail Palace. From the outside of the heavens, the 3 great palaces of Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise evolved into 3 major void realms, gathering the power of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. They occupied 3 positions on Dragon God Star and began to continuously draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from this planet, transforming it into 3 bright pillars of light that were poured into a magnificent golden palace in the void outside the heavens. This palace is the most powerful war weapon of the immortal sects, the Link Sail Palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 936, A Star-Slaying Sword. Chapter 936, A Star-Slaying Sword. This is the last work left behind by the patriarch. At the Vermilion Bird Palace, Ming Yihua, standing beside Chen Mobai, gazed at the Link Sail Palace in the void beyond the heavens, his tone filled with emotion and his eyes brimming with excitement. The Link Sail Palace, as the supreme war weapon of the immortal sects, was designed by the Cloud Fang ancestor of the Dance Weapon Academy. During the First War, the immortal sect encountered the Three-Eyed Clan, and even with the 5 ancestors in command, they suffered heavy losses. Ancestor Yunya, aware of the enemy's strength and considering the situation on Earthly Star, designed the Link Sail Palace using his sect's secret war artifacts as a blueprint. Before his passing, Ancestor Yunya was still working tirelessly to perfect the Link Sail Palace. It was precisely because of this that he, who originally had plenty of time to live, exhausted his strength prematurely and died when the core of the Link Sail Palace was successfully forged. After Ancestor Yunya, the weapon refiners of the Wookiee Academy and even the entire immortal sect inherited his will, gritted their teeth, and poured all the most precious resources of Earth Origin Star into it. Finally, before the Second World-Class War, they completed the Link Sail Palace. In that war, the immortal sects also encountered a formidable enemy. In the end, they relied on the Lingxiao Palace to turn the enemy into dust and avoid huge casualties. Over thousands of years, the outstanding figures of the immortal sect, relying on the design blueprints left by ancestor Yunya, transformed the four symbols Dao Palace, the six great heavenly gates, and so on. Therefore, all the weapon refiners in the immortal sects, even those from the other three major academies, all regard ancestor Yunya as the patriarch of this profession. Given Chen Mobai's current status, he is naturally entitled to view the blueprints for the Lingxiao Palace. It can only be said that even though he is now a half-step, fifth-level weapon refiner, he still finds it very difficult to read. This is not just a sixth-tier magic weapon, but also involves sixth-tier formations, lightning magic, talismans, and so on. If Ancestor Yunya hadn't completed the sixth-order core before his death, even if the immortal sect spent thousands of years, they might not have been able to successfully forge it. This is why, over the years, the immortal sect has only been able to create the four symbols Dao Palace, but has been unable to replicate the second Lingxiao Palace. The ability to replicate the four symbols Dao Palace was largely thanks to the extraordinary talent of Patriarch Zhongli. In a sense, the combined achievements of the four symbols palace, the six heavenly gates, the 28 constellations armor, and so on, are no less impressive than those of the Lingxiao Palace. Chen Mobai is currently at the core of the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace. He can feel the continuous flow of fire spiritual energy between the Dragon God Star and the heavens and earth. After being refined by the Nine Heavens Fire Palace evolved from this Dao Palace, 90% of it was transformed into heavenly pillar spiritual light and injected into the Lingxiao Palace in the outer void. The remaining 10% was left in the Thunderfire Pool, the energy core of the Dao Palace. Of this portion, half was used to maintain the fifth-order grand formation of the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace and was controlled by Zhongli Tianyu. The remaining half was controlled by Chen Mobai, who was located at the core of the Nine Heavens Fire Palace. Although the Mother Queen had devoured and refined most of the fire spiritual energy on Dragon God Star, it was still as vast as the ocean for Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, in the grand scheme of things. With the continuous supply of fire spiritual energy from the Nine Heavens Fire Palace, the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long was shattered. Chen Mobai's pure Yang scroll has advanced to the fourth level of the nascent soul realm. His breakthrough on the spot was naturally impossible to hide from those around him. Everyone was amazed by his unparalleled talent, which allowed him to break through in the face of war. He truly deserved to be called the man who would win in battle. Wenren Zuwei did some calculations and discovered that Chen Mobai had broken through to the fourth level of the nascent soul stage in just 33 years since he formed his nascent soul. Looking at the entire immortal sect, he was unprecedented and would likely never be surpassed again. Even after breaking through to the fourth level of the nascent soul stage, Chen Mobai's energy did not stop. He donned a crimson battle armor, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Armor, which was also the core of the Nine Heavens Fire Palace. The four symbols Dao Palaces set up by ancestor Zhongli each entered a realm, capable of evolving into four Nine Heavens Immortal Mansions. They respectively draw upon the spiritual energy of the four elements of metal, wood, water, and fire between heaven and earth, transforming into four celestial realms. Combined with the Lingxiao Palace, they perfectly align with the five elements of heaven and earth, capable of generating endless changes. The Chaos Primordial Cannon is the light of great destruction triggered by the convergence of the five elements. In fact, according to the original draft of Ancestor Yunya, the power of the Lingxiao Palace alone was enough to evolve the five realms and condense the Chaos Primordial Qi Cannon. Unfortunately, that kind of work would be too much, and the immortal sects don't yet have the capability and resources for it. Moreover, if that were the case, it would require 5 nascent soul true lords to fully unleash the power of the Lingxiao Palace. The 4 symbols Dao Palaces that Patriarch Zhongli evolved from the Lingxiao Palace, if each one were evolved to its ultimate form, could unleash the power of the nascent soul realm. However, that would require the cultivator presiding over the four symbols Tao Palace to be at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Although Chen Mobai had just broken through to the fourth level of the nascent soul stage, it was still not enough, so he had to rely on the vermilion bird immortal armor. After donning the armor, Chen Mobai felt the power of the Nine Heavens Fire Palace continuously surging into the immortal armor, which then in turn strengthened him, causing his aura to rise again and again, reaching the fifth, sixth, and seventh levels of the nascent soul stage. This immortal armor, in conjunction with the Nine Heavens Immortal Mansion, can temporarily elevate the core cultivator to the limit of their current realm. This ensures that, when the vermilion bird Tao Palace burns its core energy, it can evolve a primordial spirit Dharma form. Although it was only a temporary boost, Chen Mobai was still somewhat intoxicated by the power of his pure Yang scroll, the ninth level of the nascent soul stage. Is this what it means to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage? Being in the core of the Nine Heavens Fire Palace, Chen Mobai felt that with each breath he took, he affected the wind and clouds of Dragon God Star, causing endless drought, scorching air currents, and even causing seawater to evaporate and sink. He couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart. If a nascent soul cultivator at the peak is already this terrifying, wouldn't it be earth-shattering if a deity transformation cultivator went all out? The two patriarchs are about to make their move. At that moment, Wenren Zuwei received the latest instructions from the Lingxiao Palace and informed Chen Mobai. As his most steadfast ally, Chen Mobai also gave Wenren Zuwei enough respect, appointing her as his deputy. If he was not present, the Vermilion Bird Palace would be led by her. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately looked up at the void beyond the sky. Below the ninth level of the nascent soul stage, his void-piercing spiritual eyes were also enhanced to an unprecedented level. He clearly saw through the fierce winds of the heavens and the membrane of the earth, and saw the woman standing in front of the Lingxiao Palace, wearing pure white armor covering her entire body. Chen Mobai naturally knew that the white light ancestor was wearing the Lingxiao immortal armor, which was also the only sixth-order battle armor in the immortal sect. Beside the white light ancestor, a silver-gray longsword floated. Chen Mobai sensed that deep within the Lingxiao Palace, a terrifying energy source, seemingly composed of tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators, surged forth in that instant and was absorbed by the Lingxiao immortal armor. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the white light ancestor had surged to a point where even the void could not withstand it. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai's empty valley voice sensed the rules of heaven and earth of Dragon God Star, which seemed to be trembling and reviving. However, since the rules of this world had long been trampled and shattered by the Mother Queen, even if they sensed the aura of destruction, they could only wail in vain. The entire Dragon God Star began to erupt with an unprecedentedly rich spiritual energy, seemingly trying to give birth to even more powerful beings to overcome this calamity. This, ironically, caused the remaining insectoid beasts on Dragon God Star to begin a frenzied evolutionary frenzy. Of course, the three great palaces that had evolved into the three realms heaven also absorbed more spiritual energy from heaven and earth at this time. A colossal azure dragon stretching for tens of thousands of miles, a tortoise snake Xuanwu that retreated to the sky above the sea and covered the boundless ocean, and a vermilion bird soaring in the southern sky gradually condensed into phantoms and burst out with power fluctuations that were close to those of a god. This is the ultimate evolution of the Nine Heavens Immortal Palace. However, in order to make these three primordial spirit Dharma forms materialize from the void, or even to use and control them, the energy core within this Tao Palace needs to be burned and exploded. Reaching this point also signifies that the Nine Heavens Immortal Palace of the Lingxiao Palace is ready to launch. Why is it that we only see the white light ancestor? When Chen Mobai saw the beautiful figure in front of the Lingxiao Palace, he was surprised. Didn't Wenren Zuwei say that both ancestors had made a move? Have you forgotten the origin of the title Ancestor of Stargazing? After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei pointed to the silver-gray longsword hanging beside the white light ancestor. It was at this moment that Bai Guang Laozu formed a sword with his fingers together, and Chen Mobai used the Tao Annihilation Sword starting stance, which he was very familiar with. The star-pulling sword, formed from a world, slowly rose from beside the sword of annihilation. Wherever it passed, dark cracks were torn open and continued to spread. Under the terrifying energy boost of the Lingxiao Palace, the white light ancestors' cultivation reached a terrifying level that even Chen Mobai dared not peer into or listen to. Under her skill at this level, the star-pulling sword evolved into the Tao-extinguishing sword in a complete and even more terrifying form. Cut! With a single word, slash, the star-piercing sword burst forth with a dazzling silver light. Centered on it, massive, dark cracks appeared in the cosmic void, as if piercing through a giant spider web covering the entire dragon god star. This is a sign that the power of this sword strike is too great, and even the heavens and earth of this universe cannot bear it. The silver light, like a star, pierced through the celestial membrane and the nine heavens gale of dragon god star in an instant. It was like a silver pillar of light descending from the outer starry sky, carrying the life force to destroy all things, and rushed straight into the abyss passage of dragon god star that leads to the earth's core. Powerful insect beasts surged forth, attempting to block this sword strike. Unfortunately, before the Tao was destroyed, it all turned into the Tao. The star-piercing sword was unstoppable, cutting through the earth's crust, evaporating groundwater and melting mineral veins. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the white cocoon, then penetrated the star core, and emerged from the crust on the other side of Dragon God Star. Before the Lingxiao Palace, the white light ancestor raised his sword finger, and a silver light that pierced through the entire planet for hundreds of thousands of miles swept towards the universe above, like a star-slaying sword, cutting a gash in the middle of the entire Dragon God Star. Under this sword strike, countless insects and beasts turned to ashes. Chen Mobai also heard the painful cries of the Dragon God Star. This entire world had been cleaved in two. Amidst a deafening roar. On the other side of the planet, endless seawater began to pour into the depths of the planet through the gaping hole cut by the star-pulling sword, triggering endless tsunamis that submerged the insect beasts, and then erupting magma and raging storms. An endless natural disaster, resembling the end of the world, is unfolding on this planet, Dragon God. This was the first time Chen Mobai had witnessed a nascent soul cultivator from a powerful sect take action. He could only say that he still needed to remain humble and not be arrogant just because he was a potential nascent soul cultivator and the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect. As long as one has not reached that level, no matter how powerful a nascent soul cultivator is, even if he can kill many nascent soul cultivators with just one sword, in front of a deity transformation cultivator, it is merely a matter of a casual sword strike from them. Deep within the earth, after witnessing the star-slaying sword unleashed by the two immortal saints in a joint attack, the three masters of the Ascension sect all fell silent. Then a feeling of despair welled up inside me. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, before this sword, they were nothing more than ants, just like those insects and beasts that turned to ashes. Is the Queen Mother dead too? Yan Xinji asked in disbelief. You should know that, according to their speculation, the Mother Queen devoured the origin of this planet and was a powerful ancient alien insect like the gold-eating fire ant. Even if she couldn't defeat the two saints of the immortal sect, she should at least be able to hold them off. Who would have thought that the immortal sect would unleash its full power and slice the entire Dragon God Star in two with a single sword strike? No, it seems like she's awakened. The divine Imperial Pavilion Master possessed the most insect beasts, and there were also many clones in front of the Mother Queen's cocoon. Although most of them were turned to ashes by the star-slaying sword, a few were lucky enough to hide under the sword and were not affected. Let's play it by ear. The Ascension Master's eyes flashed with an unusual light. After leaving these words, he used the shadow escape technique and disappeared from the spot. After the immortal sect eliminates the Mother Queen, they will definitely try to develop and utilize the remaining resources of this planet. Before they set up the heavenly canopy and earthly network, we need to have Lin Dayaming condense more of the embryo transformation essence. This thought flashed through Yan Xinji's mind as he left. After witnessing the star-slaying sword of the two saints of the immortal sect, he had lost all hope for his mother. Even if it had been taught the purple cloud Tao scripture and how to practice the void, there would still be no possibility or time for it to practice the void, given that the two immortal saints and the Lingxiao palace are suspended in the void of the universe. When things are beyond his control, he needs to gain as much benefit as possible. This pioneering war proved Lin Dayaming's spiritual theory of myriad phenomena and the role of embryonic essence in the transformation of spirit. Although Qingnu was hidden away by Chunyang Xiaor and Yangjing was possessed by the ascending sect master, there is still Kong Feiken, who is also one of the three immortal sprouts who have merged with the essence of fetal transformation. Since we just lost one of the black dragon avatars, we might as well use it to make up for it. With that thought in mind, Yan Xinji headed towards Lin Dayaming's location. As the two watched the two leave, the divine imperial pavilion master's eyes flashed with seven-colored light. Finally, he looked into the depths of the earth and saw the white giant cocoon roaring louder and louder, and made up his mind. After the star-slaying sword cut through Dragon God Star, the insects and beasts hidden underground were exposed to the eyes of the immortals. What caught Chen Mobai and the others' attention the most was naturally the huge white cocoon embedded in the star core. The once closed cocoon has been cut open by the star-piercing sword, revealing the true face of the sleeping creature inside. That was a creature that was half dragon, half human, and half insect. It has a female anthropomorphic face, with short, jet-black hair and 6 dragon horns of different colors on its head. You can faintly hear the roar of the sky, the vastness of the earth, and the raging waves of the ocean. Her upper body was like a woman's, slender and supple, but her skin was as golden as jade, with bright red stripes like ant patterns on it, and it felt hot to the eye. 6 long, ant-like arms extended from its back, tearing open the giant white cocoon it had been cut open, and roaring at the Lingxiao palace in the void of the universe. Its lower body was like a dragon's long tail, covered with scales that shimmered with golden red light, sparkling with dazzling spiritual light. However, at the junction of its upper and lower body, a fist-sized blood hole had been pierced through. The wound seemed to contain a terrifying tearing power, spreading like a spider web to all parts of its body. Drops of golden red blood seeped out, staining the white cocoon red and burning it. This injury was clearly caused by the star-slaying sword. Is this the Queen Mother? Upon seeing this strange creature, Chen Mobai felt once again fortunate that the immortal sect had waited until the white light ancestor emerged from seclusion before launching a full-scale war. Otherwise, relying solely on ancestor Kaingsing might not have been enough to defeat him. The 3 great Tao palaces joined forces with us to kill the Mother Empress. Kaingsing's voice rang out and reached the ears of Chen Mobai and the other 2. Yes, sir. In an instant, the illusory images of primordial spirits above the 3 Tao palaces, under the inexhaustible energy supply of the 9 heavens' immortal mansion, condensed into terrifying and extreme bolts of lightning. Rumble! Chen Mobai, riding the vermilion bird Dharma form, unleashed beams of crimson lightning towards the Queen Mother who had emerged from the depths of the earth. However, in the face of these lightning and fire, the Queen Mother opened one of her hands behind her back, and a mouth suddenly appeared in her palm. In the midst of the violent explosion, she swallowed most of the lightning and fire power into her body. Chen Mobai even noticed that the luster of his mother's scales had become slightly brighter. Upon seeing this, he immediately stopped the Vermilion Bird Palace and gave the stage to his colleagues. The Azure Dragon Palace naturally evolved into the myriad illusions Azure Thunder. This lightning spell was both a life-giving and a destructive force. When it struck the Queen Mother, it caused the flame patterns on her scales and skin to dim slightly. But as it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of golden red magma, the terrifying high temperature of the mixture of gold, iron, and flames perfectly countered the myriad illusions Azure Thunder. Qi Yuheng clicked his tongue and then stopped the Azure Dragon Palace. The last to make a move was naturally the Xuanwu Dao Palace, on which they had placed high hopes. The daffodils did not disappoint them. Deep blue-black lightning bolts, carrying a chilling aura capable of freezing everything, struck the Queen Mother, instantly freezing the seawater that had been pouring into the planet's slit. Even the Queen Mother is no exception. As it flew towards the Lingxiao Palace in the cosmos, it instantly transformed into a gigantic iceberg. Then Narcissus gathered the power of the heavenly serpent into a 1,000-meter-long sword, which sliced the iceberg that was suspended in midair into two halves. However, accompanied by a click, the iceberg, once cleaved open, was shattered into pieces by the impact of a golden-red aura, and even melted into drops of water that fell onto the vast yellow sand. The unharmed Queen Mother Tor opened the iceberg and appeared before them. Although they were able to use fifth-order techniques with the help of the Four Symbols Dao Palace, these techniques were insufficient against insect beasts that were truly at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the three Dao Palaces made their moves, they naturally attracted the attention of the Queen Mother. Her cold eyes swept around, and the 6 dragon horns on her head faced each other in pairs. 3 huge energy balls of different colors condensed in the sky and instantly burst forth towards the 3 Dao Palaces. The 3 great heavenly gates in the east, south, and north suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, continuously drawing core energy from the Dao Palace to form a massive defensive shield composed of thousands of 4-sided crystal shields, blocking the energy beams that the Mother Queen was shooting towards the Dao Palace. Rumble! Accompanied by a violent roar, Chen Mobai, who felt almost the same way as the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace, sensed the 9 Heavens Fire Palace shaking violently. Although the Queen Mother was not skilled in cultivation, this simplest and most basic method of condensing and bombarding the energy between heaven and earth was actually the most suitable for her. This should be the authority originally bestowed upon the 3 dragon gods of Dragon God Star by this world, which can gather the power of the 3 elements of sky, earth, and ocean to unleash divine punishment. The Queen Mother must have devoured the 3 dragon gods and also ate the origin of this planet, which is why she evolved these abilities. The solution is quite simple. At this moment, the voice of the Cloud Sea Man rang out in the communication channel, and then 3 black holes suddenly appeared above the Mother Queen's head, turning around and devouring all the 3 elemental powers that it had been drawing in. This is the divine realm of the 3 dragon gods that we have found over the years through searching for dragon veins and locating burial sites. The power of the 3 dragon gods still exists within it, which can suppress the Mother Queen's ability. As the man on the cloud sea spoke, the Queen Mother clearly noticed this as well and stretched out her 3 arms, which went straight into the 3 black holes. With a muffled thud from the man in the clouds, the 3 divine realms that had been opened were immediately closed again. Another painful roar rang out as the 3 hands of the Queen Mother, which had penetrated deep into the 3 divine realms, seemed to be severed by the power of the void. Streams of golden-red blood dripped down, forming fiery mountains on the earth. At this moment, streaks of silver light flashed in the void, and the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect landed in the Lingxiao Palace, standing behind the white light ancestor. That's about enough. After Yu Beiguang said this, Kaixing, who had transformed into a sword beside her, nodded slightly. Then, the Lingxiao Palace, which had been recharged, once again injected terrifying energy into the Lingxiao immortal armor. Roar! At this moment, the Queen Mother seemed to have completely lost her mind. She roared and transformed into a dazzling rainbow, bursting out of the celestial membrane of Dragon God Star and entering the universe. Yu Beiguang's eyes were icy cold as he transformed into a streak of silver light and stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace. The star-piercing sword broke through the void and landed before the Queen Mother. Kaixing transformed himself into a sword, moving with such speed that it was almost instantaneous. He arrived late but arrived early, landing behind the Queen Mother. He thrust out his sword, using the technique of the Void Blade, and struck the bloody hole in the Queen Mother's chest that had been pierced by the star-slaying sword. However, it seemed as if each of the Queen Mother's palms had eyes. Although 3 of the hands had been severed by the divine domain of the 3 dragon gods, there were still 3 remaining. One of them extended and clashed with the star-pulling sword. With a piercing sound, Kaingsing was surprised to find that he had been blasted away. However, the Queen Mother's hands were completely unharmed. How is this possible? I can't even break through their defenses. Seeing this, Kaingsing was somewhat unable to accept it. He had just pierced through the Queen Mother and the entire planet, even cutting a gash in the planet and almost severing the Queen Mother in half. Although he only provided the sword, the white light that struck was the source of the energy, and the Lingxiao Palace provided the power. However, this scene made Kaingsing realize just how powerful the Queen Mother's outer shell defense was. If it weren't for Yu Beiguang, the sword cultivator, taking action, we would probably have had to rely on the Lingxiao Palace alone. At this moment, Yu Beiguang had already drawn his Forget-Love sword and began to unleash his unparalleled swordsmanship from the immortal sect. With the help of the Lingxiao immortal armor, she and Kaingsing can easily kill this Queen Mother. However, with the overall situation already decided, she wanted to use this powerful insect beast to hone her unparalleled swordsmanship. After all, this time she was reducing to emptiness. Although she was still at the great perfection of the divine transformation realm, the cause and effect and lines were cleared. The sword was no longer bound by these constraints and could finally slash out freely. This was a feeling Yu Beiguang had never experienced before, although her swords were also very fast and sharp in the past. But every time I slashed with my sword, I always felt like I couldn't unleash my full power. And now, every casual sword strike she makes is the result of her past peak. The sword of annihilation. It bloomed on her forgetful sword, and even without the assistance of the star-connecting sword, her sword still managed to pierce through the Queen Mother's hard shell. As the crimson blood splattered out, the Queen Mother's face once again showed pain. However, Yu Beiguang showed no pity whatsoever. With a flick of her sword, the Star Chaser was no longer under her control. Together with the forgetful sword, they transformed into 2 beams of light, severing the head of the Queen Mother before her. The author's new book, The Era of High Martial Arts, a fantasy novel set in an urban setting featuring a genius protagonist and over 10,000 subscribers. End of this chapter. Chapter 937, Immortality. Chapter 937, Immortality. In the void, the Queen Mother, whose head had been severed by Yu Beiguang, had flesh and blood throbbing in her wound. A hand reached out from behind her, grasped her head and pressed it down, trying to put it back on. However, a strange silver-gray light flickered at its wound, preventing it from healing. Not only the wound on her neck, but also the scar on the Queen Mother's waist and abdomen from the star-slaying sword, shimmered with the same luster. Apart from these 2 wounds, the injuries inflicted by Yu Beiguang's forgetful sword were completely healed by the Empress's powerful physical strength. The star-pulling sword shimmered with silver light, having already transformed into the shape of a star. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it is immortal. Fortunately, it has not yet reached the realm of rebirth through a drop of blood. Otherwise, it would have been able to turn the entire Dragon God Star and the Queen Mother to ashes. The path of cultivation involves sharing one's life and destiny. That is body and mind. The body is the immortal and indestructible path of gods and demons, while the mind is the immortal and transformative path of the primordial spirit. The immortal sects inherit the profound path of cultivating the primordial spirit. The so-called primordial spirit is the transformation of the nascent soul into a spirit. Once one reaches this stage, one is considered to have entered the inner sanctum. The gold-eating fire ants and other strange insect demons generally do not cultivate their primordial spirit, but instead refine their bloodline, gradually evolving towards the innate divine and demonic body. The immortal body of the path of gods and demons is equivalent to the realm of a fifth-order god. At this level, no matter how severe the injury, one can recover extremely quickly. However, each recovery requires the consumption of vital essence, and if the vital essence is exhausted, death will still occur. Furthermore, damage to vital organs such as the heart and brain will require even more vital essence to recover from. The next level of immortality is rebirth from a drop of blood. This is equivalent to the sixth level of the void refining realm in the Xuanmen mystical sect. As the name suggests, as long as there is even a drop of essence blood or a trace of will escaping, one can rebuild an immortal body. If the Mother Empress achieves this level, the immortal sect will only be able to rest easy by completely annihilating Dragon God Star. Above the blood rebirth is the undying true spirit, equivalent to the seventh order Tao integration realm. What mysterious power lies behind this step? It is not found in the lineage of the immortal sects. All that is known is that even in the central dojo of the Purple Cloud Star River, beings of this level are powerful figures, revered as ancestors and true immortals of the Xuanmen. The Taoist temple, where the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect resided, was established by a powerful being who had attained the Tao. Above the Tao integration realm, there is another realm called Pure Yang. This level of cultivation possesses boundless supernatural powers and limitless magical strength. It can reverse the universe and starry sea in the blink of an eye, representing the pinnacle of cultivation. In the vastness of the universe, there is no power that can surpass it. Whether there is another being like Chen Yang within the entire Purple Cloud galaxy remains unknown. The reason why the immortal sects knew about this realm was because of the Pure Yang scroll. These contents were passed down orally from generation to generation by the immortal sects. It's not that I'm being overly protective of my own knowledge, but rather that I don't want my subordinates to lose their drive and ambition if they find out. After all, reaching the nascent soul and deity transformation realms is already incredibly difficult within the immortal sect. And above that, there are even more realms, which can easily lead cultivators of the immortal sect to give up entirely when they lament the endless nature of cultivation. Knowing these things is just right when one is about to transform into a deity. Because once one has cultivated their primordial spirit, even within the Taoist temple of the Purple Cloud Star River, they are considered true practitioners of the Xuanmen Tao. I wish to use this Queen Mother's body to study the path of gods and demons. I'll trouble you, junior sister, to lend a hand once again. Seeing that his mother was still struggling, trying to erase the silvery gray radiance and restore her physical body, Kaingsing's expression turned solemn, and he spoke to Yu Baiguang beside him. "It's nothing." Yu Baiguang nodded slightly. After speaking, Kaingsing transformed into a sword again. With a flick of her sword finger, she controlled him to cut the Empress's body into several pieces. Amidst the Queen Mother's painful cries, streaks of silver-gray light cleaved her body apart. This is a special secret technique that Kaingsing developed after observing for a long time, specifically targeting the Empress's immortality. After his star-tracking sword strikes out, it automatically leaves a small void at the wound site. The main function of this small void is to separate the wound. Although the Queen Mother's wound appears to be only a thin line, the silvery gray light makes her immortal body feel as if the wound is a world away. However, this can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If the Mother Queen is not completely destroyed, she will gradually heal over time, or her life essence will be exhausted and she will turn to ashes. So Kaingsing used another newly created spell. He took out beads, each one aimed at a section of the Queen Mother's body, and emitted a silver light, absorbing and devouring them one by one. Upon seeing this scene, the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect, including Yuan Xianhai, standing behind, all had their faces twitch slightly. They all recognized that the beads Kaingsing had taken out were all made of void stones, and each bead contained a small void within it. The method itself was one thing, but using so many void stones was simply too extravagant. The Queen Mother's body was essentially sent to more than a dozen different realms, thus rendering her immortal body completely useless. In a short while, only the Queen Mother's head and upper body remained in midair. The Queen Mother glared angrily, but Kaingsing smiled and took out a talisman, sticking it on its forehead to completely suppress it. As expected of my senior brother, he was able to come up with such a spell against the Empress in such a short time. Yu Beiguang watched Kaingsing's movements and couldn't help but praise him. Both the silvery gray radiance and the small void realm were immortal sect spells she had never seen before, clearly newly created by Kaingsing. Although I am confident in my unparalleled talent, these two spells related to the void were created by drawing parallels from the pure Yang void scripture. Kaingsing shook his head and said something that made Yuangsu and the others suddenly realize something. Chunyang, this kid's talent is indeed quite good, but his breakthrough in cultivation has been too smooth. I'm afraid there will be obstacles when he reaches the nascent soul stage in the future. Upon hearing this, Yu Beiguang was secretly pleased, but he still pretended to think about it for a while before saying something with a hint of worry. Junior sister is overthinking it. With this kid's talent, he won't be trapped before reaching the nascent soul stage. In fact, I think he might become the first person in the immortal sect to successfully reach the void refinement stage. Compared to Yu Beiguang, who had just emerged from seclusion, Kaingsing had practically watched Chen Mobai grow up and was full of confidence in his extraordinary talent. He felt that even if he were to reincarnate and start cultivating again, under the system of the immortal sects, the time it would take to form a nascent soul would be just this short. Senior brother, you flatter me. Reaching the void realm is not that easy. Moreover, his cultivation is all about speed, so his foundation is definitely somewhat unstable. After the war ends, I will properly guide him. Although Yu Beiguang said those words, the way she subtly raised her chin made it clear to Kaingsing and the others behind her that she was definitely very happy inside. You all go down and assist the 3 Dao palaces in cleaning up this dragon god star. My junior sister and I will activate the Ling Xiao palace to freeze it in place. Kaingsing addressed Yuangsu and the others behind him. These nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects all accepted the order and flew towards the 3 great Dao palaces of Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, according to their respective factions. Without their queen, this swarm of gold-eating fire ants, though numerous, was a disorganized mob. If the immortal sects hadn't wanted to further develop this planet, the 3 Dao palaces could have wiped out most of these insect beasts by condensing fifth-order thunder magic and rushing into the gap in the planet created by the star-slaying sword. In the void beyond the heavens, the Ling Xiao palace was activated by 2 nascent soul cultivators, from which silver chains flew out and landed on the central star core along the gap in the planet. After the star core was locked, the original trajectory of the dragon god star was naturally also dragged down. However, the movement of planets is governed by the laws of the universe, so the Ling Xiao palace needs to consume a massive amount of spiritual energy every moment to resist this law. Fortunately, most of this spiritual energy comes from dragon god star itself. Otherwise, even Kaingsing and Beiguang would feel the pinch of the spiritual energy consumption. After dealing with the Queen Mother, Kaingsing and Beiguang arrived at the star core. This star core contains the vast majority of the planet's energy and is the key to the Queen's evolution to such a scale. The giant white cocoon embedded in the star core had already been torn open, and the insect eggs beneath the cocoon had all hatched when the Queen gave her head. According to the bloodline instincts of the gold-biting fire ants, they will next elect a new queen. However, without the energy of the star core, the Queen Mother could only evolve to the 4th rank at most, so Kaingsing and Beiguang didn't care about this and simply handed the matter over to the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect to handle. The 2 of them looked at the star core, which had also been cut open by the star-slaying sword, from which the purest planetary essence was pouring out. With a touch of heartache, Kaingsing cast a sealing spell to seal the wound she had inflicted. He then cast another spell, and a white light fell on the star core. The originally silvery white star core suddenly became transparent, revealing the sword mark and an extremely dense black aura from the depths. As expected, there is also that demonic energy deep within the core of this planet. Seeing this, Kaingsing sighed and then cast the transparency spell even deeper, trying to see the source of the dark energy. But no matter how hard he tried to activate his magic, he was still unable to penetrate the dense, dark demonic energy. Once the resources on this planet have been largely exploited, let's take this star core with us. Seeing this, Bai Guang spoke up. The stellar core is the core of a planet. If it is removed, the planet will gradually disintegrate during its journey through the universe and eventually turn into cosmic dust. Kaingsing nodded, took out an array plate and 72 array flags, and set up the core of the Earth Network array in this place. Besides protecting the star core, this formation also provided coordinates for the other cultivators of the immortal sect, allowing them to use these as reference points to gradually set up the celestial canopy and earthly network. Soon after, the man from the Cloud Sea arrived. He was a fifth-tier array master from the immortal sect, capable of perfectly executing the array intent of the star-pulling technique. Reporting to the ancestor, "If I am busy alone, I am afraid that it will delay the important affairs of the immortal sect. Chun Yang's array formation skills are no less than mine, and he is not really needed on the battlefield right now. Why don't we let him come with me?" After hearing about the alternate world version of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network array that Kaingsing had specially designed for the Dragon God Star, Yunhai Hearn's face immediately fell, and he hoped to pull in another person. "Junior sister, what do you think?" Kaingsing naturally had no objections, but he knew that Chen Mobai was Yu Baiguang's man, so he still asked for her opinion before assigning her the task. "Senior brother can arrange it." Yu Baiguang felt it was an honor and marveled at Chen Mobai's terrifying talent. Even the formation, which required the most time and effort, had been advanced to the 5th level. Before long, Chen Mobai, who had received the message from the star, arrived here. "Yes, sir." After reviewing the 6th order array diagram designed by Kaingsing, Chen Mobai received his orders from the 2 immortal saints before him. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had ever met the renowned white light ancestor. She was almost identical to the painting in Chen Ziohei's boudoir. She wore a long purple dress and had a graceful figure. Unfortunately, her face was covered with a light purple veil, so her features were not visible. However, her eyebrows and eyes were very delicate, and she was obviously a great beauty. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Mobai bowed to Yu Baiguang, who was nominally the biggest backer of his own dance weapon academy. "Your void scripture played a crucial role in slaying the Empress Mother this time. Is there anything you desire as a reward?" Chen Mobai was completely baffled by what Bai Guang Laozu said. What is the connection between the Void Sutra and the killing of the Queen Mother? How can you claim such great merit? After hearing this, Kaingsing hesitated for a moment, but then decided to keep quiet. The people on the Cloud Sea were even more focused, keeping their eyes down, their noses down, their mouths down, and their hearts down except for their ears, which were perked up, eager to hear how the white light ancestor would arrange the spoils for his men. "Having accomplished nothing, I dare not accept any reward." But after thinking about it, Chen Mobai felt that he should still have some dignity in front of the immortal sect. He couldn't let the white light ancestor blatantly pin credit on him for something he hadn't done, so he refused with a righteous expression. Besides, he has never lacked resources. Even on this Dragon God star, the only things he could value were the star core in front of him and the 2 inner cores of the Queen Mother, especially the fire attribute inner core containing innate Taoist essence, which he could use to refine the pure Yang Pearl. But something this precious definitely belongs to the 2 immortal saints. It's impossible to give it to him. So after careful consideration, he decided to maintain his persona as a genius in the immortal sect who relies solely on his talent and not on resources. This answer made Yu Baiguang even more satisfied with his expression. "As expected of a graduate of my dance weapon academy, you are an upright and honorable gentleman. However, I must say that you have made great contributions. You are the one. After the war ends, I will make arrangements for you." Having cultivated to such a level, and being a sword cultivator, Yu Baiguang has always been decisive and efficient in his actions. Most importantly, she is the pinnacle of combat power in the immortal sect, so as long as it's not too outrageous, even Kaienxing wouldn't object. After saying this, Bai Guang and Kaienxing left. Although Chen Mobai was puzzled, he realized that this was the White Light Ancestor paving the way for him. He thought to himself that the White Light Ancestor was indeed the biggest backer of their dance weapon academy. Although they had never met, his support and care were so direct. Indeed, if you want to make progress, you still have to rely on your allies. Take care, Ancestor. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai bowed to the two immortal saints who were flying towards the Lingxiao Palace in the outer void, and the person on the cloud sea beside him did the same. Yunhai Hern, Chun Yang, I will set up the sky curtain. This is a good opportunity to integrate the divine domains of the three dragon gods into it. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded directly. Then leave the Earth Network array to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 938 Heaven and Earth Membrane. Chapter 938 Heaven and Earth Membrane. The reason why Yunhai asked Chen Mobai for help was because of the three dragon gods' divine realm. These are three other dimensional spaces similar to the minor realms of immortals, where almost all the rules and mysteries of Dragon God Star can be seen. With the combined efforts of these nascent soul cultivators from several immortal sects, they were already able to easily control the divine realm. All that remained was to unravel the mysteries of the divine kingdom at its core. Chun Yang, when you have time, you can also come and take a look at the divine realm. The power of the void there is so rich that we can all easily sense it. You will definitely gain more. As they were leaving, Yunhai Shangren extended an invitation to Chen Mobai, who nodded slightly. In the following time, the nascent soul cultivators on the immortal sect each performed their respective duties. The three Dao palaces led their respective cultivators to suppress and exterminate the insect beasts on Dragon God Star. Although Chen Mobai led a group of people to set up the Earth Network array, the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace also played an important role with the cooperation of Wenren Zhuwei and Zhongli Tianyu. In any case, among the four symbols Dao Palaces, the Vermilion Bird Dao Palace is second to none in terms of large-scale destructive power. Even though the gold-eating fire ants have strong resistance to fire attributes, due to the absolute difference in power, 99% of them are reduced to ashes. Even if an occasional gold-toothed fire ant were to evolve under the fire and lightning of the Vermilion Bird Palace, it would be surrounded and killed by the immortal cultivators wielding life detectors. Even so, the progress of the immortal sect is not fast. After suffering heavy casualties, the insectoid beasts all retreated deep underground. Clearly, although the Queen Mother was gone, some intelligent beings among the high-ranking insectoid beasts were using various methods to delay the immortal sects from completely taking control of the planet. Deep underground, the four symbols Dao Palace cannot enter without destroying the planet. They can only organize immortal cultivators to form teams to hunt it down. However, this would be extremely inefficient. After all, although the immortal sects have creature detection instruments, their efficiency is greatly reduced due to the barrier of the earth. Moreover, if the underground caves collapse during a fierce battle, the cultivators of the immortal sects may also be trapped and unable to escape. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai and his two companions reported to the two saints of the immortal sect. However, Kaienxing and Baiguang said that they shouldn't be told about such trivial matters, and that they should handle the matter themselves. The three of them naturally understood that this was because the two of them didn't want to get involved in too many things. However, even if the two saints of the immortal sects didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to make decisions on their own. Then let's leave it at that. We won't worry about the underground areas, except for those mineral veins and spiritual veins. Anyway, once the heavenly canopy and earthly network array is completed, the spiritual energy of the entire Dragon God Star will be under the control of the immortal sect. When the spiritual energy is cut off, these insect beasts can only become weaker and weaker until they perish. Chen Mobai, Qi Yuheng, and Shui Xian were basically able to make decisions on behalf of the three main halls, so after a brief discussion, they reached a consensus. Next, the cultivators of the immortal sect no longer went underground to hunt down the insect beasts, but instead dispersed to the various mineral vein bases that had been explored on Dragon God Star. After all, the purpose of the immortal sects in starting wars is to plunder resources from other worlds to benefit themselves. Under these circumstances, Ying Guangyu also arranged for groups of technical personnel from the immortal sect to come to Dragon God Star. The military can only fight wars. Things like developing planets and surveying and mining mineral veins require professionals. Among them, the array masters and various array plates, flags and artifacts from the immortal sect were also transported over by the starships under the orders of the three main halls. After confirming the capture of Dragon God Star, in order to avoid the depletion of the boundary gate, this treasure was also put under control. Only some precious resources and materials would be transmitted through the boundary gate. Chunyang, look at this. That day, Chen Mobai was directing the people of the Immortal Sect Array Masters Association to work when suddenly a flash of silver light appeared in the void, and Master Chengshuan appeared in front of him with a joyful expression, handing him a purplish-red metal block. Could this be purple gold flame copper? As a quasi-fifth-tier weapon refiner of the Immortal Sect, Chen Mobai had already incorporated all the high-level materials into his heavenly calculation beads. Combining the characteristics of the materials he quickly found the fifth-tier material that best met his requirements after searching with keywords. These fifth-tier materials are also the main materials for the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp and can be used to refine the lamp base. So when Chen Mobai found out it was this, he was overjoyed. That's right, I think so too. The material properties of this thing are completely consistent with the records left by Ancestor Yunya. However, the purple gold flame copper in the Immortal Sect is basically used to make the Link Sail Palace and the Vermilion Bird Palace, so I am only 90% sure. Master Chengshuan was still very conservative and didn't make any definitive statements. Let's go to my Vermilion Bird Palace and compare it. Chen Mobai immediately understood his meaning, handed over the matter to his good brother Yun Yongbing, and asked him to supervise the array masters of the Immortal Sect in his place. Then, together with Master Chengshuan, he used the void walking technique and disappeared from the spot. Purple gold flame copper, one of the few fifth-tier materials in the Immortal Sect, was originally mined in Chicheng Mountain. However, in the early days of the Immortal Sect, sustainable development was not so encouraged. Coupled with the threat of war, all the fifth-order purple gold flame copper was excavated. Actually, there were some samples originally, but when the Vermilion Bird Palace was being built, it was discovered that other materials could not withstand the high temperature of the core furnace, so the last purple gold flame copper had to be used as well. After Chen Mobai and his companion arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace, Wenren Zuwei immediately sensed their arrival and flew over. After he explained the situation, she followed along with interest. 99% of the characteristics match. After examining it, Chen Mobai found that the purplish-red metal block was indeed the same as the purple gold flame copper of the Immortal Sect, but there was a slight difference. It's like an active material with a touch of life. Principle, where on Dragon God Star was this found? Chen Mobai asked curiously, knowing that this purple gold flame copper was a mineral with the attributes of gold and fire, which was most suitable for the gold-eating fire ants to eat and evolve. If there were such a mineral vein on Dragon God Star, it would have been eaten up by the Queen Mother long ago. It was extracted from the bodies of those insect-like beasts. Master Chengshuan did not hide anything and directly told him about his origins. Can this be extracted from the bodies of all insectoid beasts? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean that those insects and beasts were still treasures? Not exactly. Only from the corpses of fourth-order insect beasts can this fifth-order purple gold flame copper be extracted. Master Chengshuan said that this discovery was also very accidental. Because the corpses of fourth-order insect beasts are incredibly sturdy and excellent materials for refining weapons, Master Chengxuan had previously sent one to the Immortal sect for the weapon refining department of the Dance Weapon Academy to study. Hong Mengqi melted down one of the joints and obtained a small piece of metal the size of a grain of rice. After material analysis, he suspected it was purple gold flame copper. After learning about this matter, Master Chengxuan personally returned to the Immortal sect. In the deepest part of the Myriad Treasures cave, he used the fifth-order fire element Divine Light and the 9-dragon cauldron to melt down the entire corpse of a fourth-order insect beast, and finally obtained this piece. In that case, these fire ants are actually good insects for cultivation materials. After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei, who was standing nearby, thought of this as well. As the premier spiritual plant university among immortal sects, Jumeng Academy is second to none in its research on insects, and they raise many special insect beasts. Among them is a gold-devouring insect that can devour metal, then expel the impurities and digest the purest part. Once the gold-devouring insect is completely reddish gold, it will transform into a cocoon, which, once broken open, reveals the extraordinary insect, the golden cicada. After emerging from its cocoon 6 times, the gold-eating insect becomes the 6-winged golden cicada, one of the 6 ancient insects. However, the immortal sects lack sufficient high-grade metals, and Jumeng Dao Academy can only cultivate the gold-devouring insects to the level of 4 wings at most. The gold-biting fire ant and the 6-winged cicada are both among the 6 ancient insects, and their characteristics are quite similar. I remember Qi Yuheng killed quite a few 4th-tier insect beasts. Chen Mobai said that this purple gold flame copper was the best material for both him and Master Chengxuan because of its material properties. It can be used to refine the lamp base of the 8 views of Tushita Heaven, and Master Chengxuan can also use it to enhance his own fellowship of the Red Heart Precious Mirror. Besides Qi Yuheng, there were also quite a few 4th-tier insect beast corpses on Shui Xian's side. These can all be considered spoils of war. However, Chen Mobai had a lot of influence, and as soon as he spoke, the 2 of them gave him what they had. Thank you. When other spoils of war are distributed in the future, I hope that Venerable Chen Yang will put in a good word for us. When Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian gave the 4th-tier insect beast to Chen Mobai, they said something that conveyed a similar meaning. In this war to open up Dragon God Star, the immortal sect can be said to have won a great victory. Although the most precious star core and the Mother Queen were taken by the 2 saints of the immortal sect, what remains, whether it is the heaven and earth membrane, the divine domain of the 3 dragon gods, or even precious materials like purple gold flame copper, are all extremely valuable to nascent soul cultivators. Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian, in particular, both hope to obtain the resources needed to reach the nascent soul stage during this war, but these resources were also coveted by other nascent soul cultivators, so they especially wanted Chen Mobai's support. Of course. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement, since he had a good relationship with both of them. Moreover, the corpses of so many 4th-tier insect beasts are quite a favor. Next, Master Chengxuan took the corpses of these 4th-order insect beasts back to the immortal sect. After using the 9-dragon cauldron, a powerful magic weapon, he smelted enough purple gold flame copper for the 2 of them within just 3 months. There were 2 more 4th-tier insect beast corpses, which he kept to study in detail later. Using the technique of ascension, Master Chengxuan quickly integrated the purple gold flame copper into his Crimson Heart treasure mirror, completely stabilizing the realm of this magical artifact, which had barely been upgraded to the 5th rank due to the fleeting bloom of the flower. It even showed faint signs of breaking through to the middle grade of the 5th rank. Once the Crimson Heart mirror reaches this level, it can already melt the heaven and earth membrane of the Dragon God Star. If successful, there will be no obstacles before reaching the peak of the 5th rank, and there is even a possibility of reaching the 6th rank. After all, the famous Zhongli Bagua mirror only controls 8 kinds of celestial energy, while the membrane of heaven and earth contains the myriad changes of the Dragon God Star. The so-called heaven and earth membrane is a protective shield that was created by the combination of the origins of heaven and earth on Dragon God Star, protecting the planet as it operates in the universe. It has been tempered by the light of the sun, moon, and stars for hundreds of millions of years, and contains the essence of the nine heavens and the source of the earth. Only planets with a celestial membrane can support the possibility of life. After all, even the gold-devouring fire ants, if constantly exposed to the harsh environment of the universe, would succumb and die, except for powerful insect beasts like the queen. The membrane of heaven and earth contains all the phenomena of the dragon god star, and even a part of the universe and starry river can be glimpsed within it. After cultivators refine and comprehend it, they can see the origin of heaven and earth and the creation of the sun, moon, and stars. In a sense, this celestial membrane can be regarded as a sixth-order resource. Therefore, many nascent soul cultivators from various immortal sects have their eyes on this. If Qi Yuheng's 6 imperial scriptures can refine the heaven and earth embryo membrane, he could probably take the step of reaching the nascent soul stage. If the Cloud Sea Elder obtains it, he can also directly achieve mastery of the Tao of Arrays, and might even be able to master a sixth-order array at the nascent soul stage. Master Yuangsu, Master Kingping, Master Meihua, and others were also able to utilize the membrane of heaven and earth to make decisive breakthroughs in their respective fields. Therefore, without the two immortal saints speaking, the nascent soul cultivators could only put aside the heaven and earth membrane for the time being. If the two patriarchs don't take this, I estimate it's most likely to be given to Qi Yuheng. After all, this heaven and earth membrane contains all the changes of the dragon god star world. After a cultivator of the 6 imperial scriptures refines it, it can lay the foundation for cultivating the Dharma realm. Chengshuan's skill in weapon crafting is undoubtedly the best among the immortal sects. After completing the upgrade of the Crimson Heart treasure mirror, he could only look at the heaven and earth embryo membrane. With nothing to do, he was pulled by Chen Mobai to help him craft the Duo 8 scenery lamp. As the first nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect, and the one most likely to become a deity, it would be only natural to support Palace Master Qi in becoming a deity if the two ancestors were to leave after this war. After listening, Chen Mobai spoke calmly. Although he greatly admired the wondrous object of the heavenly membrane, he also knew that under the system of the immortal sect, making the most of everything was of utmost importance. In terms of seniority, merit, and cultivation, Qi Yuheng is the most suitable person, apart from the two ancestors, to refine the heaven and earth embryo membrane. As the two were talking, Master Chengshuan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Master Yuangsu. He immediately answered the call. Within the divine realm of the 3 dragon gods, the core divine kingdom is a divine crystal similar to a Tao Law fruit. If it can be refined, it might become 3 new Tao Law fruits. After finishing the call, Master Chengshuan told Chen Mobai what Yuangsu had said, and the latter was slightly surprised after hearing it. This planet has so many good things. I am a celestial being, wielding a sword and traversing mountains and rivers. A desolate grave, an old tree, a fox den. The local dialect and tales are strange and unusual. End of this chapter. Chapter 939, Spirit Master. Chapter 939, Spirit Master. Previously, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian were busy fighting, while the nascent soul principles of Yuangsu Chengshuan Yunhai Meihua and other high schools were searching the world for resources on this planet. The divine realm of the 3 dragon gods was found, and opened by them working together. Therefore, after Master Yuangsu deciphered one of the divine kingdoms, he also informed Chengshuan, who had accompanied him at the time, of the results. However, this news will obviously spread very quickly among all the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect. Soon after, Narcissus called Chen Mobai. There was only one meaning behind her words. She wanted to obtain the divine essence crystal of the sea dragon god, one of the 3 dragon gods. If it is indeed a fruit similar to the Tao Law, then the Narcissus can use it to attempt to transform into a deity. Chen Mobai had received a lot of care from her in the Hall of Righteous Law, and he had just obtained a lot of 4th-order insect beast corpses from her. So he naturally agreed to this matter without hesitation, saying that the dance weapon lineage would fully support her. After all, the nascent souls of their dance weapon lineage and the divine crystals of the three dragon gods have completely different attributes. According to our previous speculation, the heavenly dragon god's divine essence should be of the wind and thunder attribute, the earth dragon gods should be of the earth attribute, and the sea dragon gods should be of the water attribute. If the water immortal wants to compete for the sea dragon god's divine essence crystal, it is not outside, but within their Kunpeng lineage. After Chen Mobai and Shui Xian finished their call, Master Chengxuan began to share his thoughts. Behind Narcissus is a spirit venerable. Does the Northern Darkness venerable truly wish to compete with her? After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked with some doubt. The upper-level cultivators of the immortal sect all know that the spirit venerable has long wanted to leave Earth Origin Star, waiting for a new nascent soul cultivator to appear in the sea. Now that such a good opportunity has come, he will definitely give his full support to Narcissus. For so many years, Kunpeng Dao Academy has only been able to maintain its position as the top of the four major schools and control the Kaiyuan Hall because it has the backing of a spirit venerable. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai does not believe that Venerable Beiming and his group would be so unwise. Both Shui Xian and Bei Ming are disciples of the Spirit Lord. As long as Bei Ming is willing to become a nascent soul cultivator and take charge of the sea area, the Spirit Lord will definitely consider it. But in the end, Shui Xian is more likely to succeed. With our support, it's practically a sure thing. There is another reason for this. Qi Yuheng is the most likely to obtain the heaven and earth embryo membrane. If he takes the biggest slice of the pie, the Kunpeng lineage will definitely not be able to touch anything else. Although Narcissus is also a member of the Kunpeng lineage, compared to Master Beiming, the other three lineages would definitely prefer her to have him. As Master Chengxuan spoke, he handed the lamp base of the completed Tushita 8 scenery lantern to Chen Mobai, who immediately thanked him. In that case, there are still 2 divine essence crystals left. Headmaster, what do you think we should do with them? Although Chen Mobai already had a general idea in mind, he still wanted to hear the elder's opinions. If it is as we expect, the most suitable candidate for the heavenly dragon god's divine crystal is Yunhai, while for the earthly dragon god, it is Yuangsu, Gong Ajixu, and Ying Guanghua. However, the spiritual energy of the immortal sect is limited. If Qi Yuheng and Xuexian have indeed obtained the desired result, then the other 2 divine crystals will most likely be sealed away. Moreover, although these divine crystals are similar to the fruits of Tao Law, it is still unknown whether they can enable cultivators to transform into gods. After all, even with the Tao Law fruit, in the thousands of years of the immortal sect, only a handful of people have been able to refine it to achieve the nascent soul stage. We don't need to worry about this matter. We can just wait and see. Anyway, now that ancestor Bai Guang has come out of seclusion, there will definitely be plenty of people belonging to our lineage. Master Chengxuan looked confident, and Chen Mobai's thoughts were similar to his. However, he thought of something else. I heard from the Water Fairy Palace Master that she came to the land because the Spirit Venerable said there was an opportunity for her to become a deity here. And now, she has indeed obtained the divine spark of the sea dragon god. Do you think this is a coincidence, or did the Spirit Venerable already see this dragon god star? The unusual activity at the boundary gate occurred over 100 years ago, while Narcissus had already enrolled in the Kunpeng Dao Academy even earlier. Based on this, the Spirit Venerable's strength is truly terrifying. There is a rumor that the Spirit Venerable could actually cultivate the Void Realm a long time ago, but because the spiritual energy of the Earth Origin Star was insufficient, its true body was sealed. If it were to cultivate the Void Realm, it would drain all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so its strength is actually the number 1 in the immortal sect. Master Chengxuan revealed a secret, and Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear upon hearing it. However, upon further reflection, the Spirit Lord witnessed the establishment of the immortal sect more than 6,000 years ago. Such a long period of time, even if it is just a matter of time, is enough to make a breakthrough. I wonder what kind of background the Spirit Lord has, that has allowed him to survive for so long. Chen Mobai said with emotion, the spirit venerable followed the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect to Earth origin star. At that time, it was already at the nascent soul stage. By that calculation, it must have a lifespan of at least 7 or 8,000 years. I don't know about that, but Ancestor Bai Guang definitely knows. If you have the chance, ask her, and she will definitely tell you. Master Chengshuan shook his head, then told Chen Mobai a method, clearly showing that he was also very curious about the origins of the spirit venerable. Principal, you're joking. Your influence with the old master is definitely greater than mine. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Master Chengshuan smiled but remained silent. The two then discussed the blueprints for the 8 views of the Tashida Heaven Lantern. This ritual implement consists of 4 parts: lamp, lamp base, lamp shade, and lamp wick. Among these, the lamp requires a material called 9 Yang True Fire Stone. The lamp base is purple gold flame copper. The lampshade is a spiritual object called white glass heavenly crystal, and the wick is made of a fire attribute spiritual wood drawn from silk. According to the original blueprints, all of these are Tier 5 materials. Tier 6 would be even better. However, even with the resources of both realms at his disposal, Chen Mobai could not possibly collect 6th-tier materials, so he had been putting the blueprints for this magical artifact aside. The star-piercing ancestor also helped him improve it, and a simplified version can be made using 4th-tier materials. However, Chen Mobai possessed too many magical artifacts, and he had absolutely no interest in collecting materials to refine a mere 4th-tier Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. The 4 parts of the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp. The lamp base made of purple gold flame copper has been forged, and the lamp wick can be made by extracting and condensing the wood fibers of the 5th-order vermilion fruit tree. However, lamp wicks are consumables. Even with Chen Mobai's status in the immortal sect, he could probably only condense 1 wick from a 5th-order vermilion fruit tree at most. We still need to find a solution in the Heavenly River realm. The Sun God tree in Golden Crow, Immortal City, is quite good. The remaining 5th-tier 9 Yang True Fire Stone and White Glass Heavenly Crystal are items that the immortal sect does not possess. The 9 Yang True Fire Stone is formed from the condensation of the ultimate Yang energy between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy on the immortal sect side has long been controlled, and the ultimate Yang energy of the sun has been completely blocked by the celestial curtain, so the 9 Yang True Fire Stone naturally cannot take shape. However, the immortal sect still has a few 4th-tier pieces in the museum. If Chen Mobai becomes a nascent soul cultivator in the future, it won't be a problem for him to take one and use it. White glass celestial crystal is a naturally formed crystal that can amplify the power of flames several times over. 5th-tier crystals can even amplify it tenfold. The highest tier discovered by the immortal sect is only 3rd tier. If you want to use the 5th-tier vermilion fruit tree, you need the consent of the 3 main halls or the 2 patriarchs. I will write an application for this matter to Patriarch Baiguang later. After the patriarch agrees, I will make the lamp wick for you as well. Master Chengshuan's words filled Chen Mobai with immense gratitude. He was also thankful that he belonged to the Wookiee lineage. Otherwise, this matter would certainly not have been so easy. Time flies. 3 years passed quickly. Despite the fact that the divine Imperial Pavilion Master had become the leader of the underground insects and beasts by relying on the wonders of forbidden techniques, he was still unable to stop the overwhelming force of the immortal sect's overwhelming power. However, the only goal of the Ascension cult now is to stall them. Delay it for as long as you can. Their true forms have long since departed. Those remaining here are incarnations of possessed beings. The only true identity is Lin Daoming. In fact, Yan Xinji had also tried to persuade him to leave, but Lin Daoming considered that Dragon God Star might be his only chance to become a nascent soul in this life, and coupled with his confidence in his spiritual pivot myriad manifestations, he decided to stay and condense the essence of fetal transformation as much as possible before the Earth Network array completely covered Dragon God Star. The spiritual pivot myriad phenomena was indeed a divine power of heaven and earth that he obtained through enlightenment and the formation of his core. After occupying a spiritual cave underground in advance, it seemed to have been naturally formed and nurtured by the heavens and earth, and the array masters of the immortal sects did not notice it at all. That day, Chen Mobai took a rare leave to return to the immortal sect because his daughter was about to form her core. Over the years, he has been directing tens of thousands of array masters of the immortal sect, working diligently day and night to set up the Earth Network array, never daring to rest for a moment. After all, the two patriarchs were watching them from the Lingxiao Palace above, so even if the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect on Dragon God Star had nothing to do, they still had to find something to do to prove that they were not idle. Beyond the heavens, in the Lingxiao Palace, Yu Beiguang calculated the time and woke up from his seclusion. Then, he flicked his sword finger and cut open a void. In this void, Kaingsing was studying a piece of the Queen Mother's corpse when he saw Yu Beiguang enter directly. He looked surprised and asked, "Junior sister, you've already comprehended it so quickly." After Yu Beiguang emerged from seclusion after practicing the reduction of emptiness technique, his cultivation advanced greatly, reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. He could attempt to take the next step towards the void refinement stage at any time. After killing his mother, he became even more proficient in swordsmanship. So Kaingsing thought she was going to try practicing the void. "Almost there, but it'll be soon." Yu Beiguang shook her head. Although her threads were already fewer than ever before, she still lacked an opportunity to cultivate the void realm. "I have to go back to the immortal sect, so I'll leave this place to you," Yu Beiguang said, explaining why he had woken up that day. Kaingsing looked puzzled but quickly realized something. However, he pretended not to know and said that he was there and he could stay as long as he wanted. On Dragon God Star, Master Kingping, who was researching the secrets of immortality with Yungsu and the others in the three god realms, suddenly received a phone call. It belongs to Yu Huiping. He immediately realized something, greeted Yuan Su, found a secluded spot and answered the call. "Master Yu, what's wrong?" Yu Huiping, "Master, it's like this. My junior who cultivates the 5 elements technique exchanged for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill today and is planning to form her core. Your attainments in the 5 elements technique are second to none in the immortal sect. I wonder if we could invite you to come and give her another lesson before she forms her core." Yu Huiping's tone was very tactful, but Master Kingping agreed without the slightest hesitation. Because he knows who he needs to teach. The daughter of Bai Guanglao and Chun Yang Sheng Ren. Even if the star-piercing ancestor received the invitation, he probably wouldn't dare to refuse. "I'll arrange what I'm doing right away. Please ask Miss Chen to wait for me for half a day." After Kingping Shangren finished speaking, he returned to the divine realm and asked Yungsu for leave. "Taking leave? It's not that we're stopping you, but the more you contribute now, the more confident we'll be in helping you when you apply for nascent soul resources from the 2 elders in the future. There's no need to take these few years to rest." Yuan Su was somewhat puzzled. A few years ago, when Master Kingping broke through his realm, Ancestor Kaingsing helped him deduce the degree of compatibility with the rules and found that it was very high, exceeding 50%. This means that Master Kingping has been a law-abiding citizen since childhood and has never violated any of the rules of the immortal sect. If Kaingsing leaves in the future, the heaven-mending lineage might need him to refine the Tao law fruit to maintain appearances. However, since Master Kingping had been slacking off for the past few hundred years and had almost no merit in the immortal sect, Yungsu wanted to take advantage of this war to get him more credit. Whether it was the elemental crystal filtration, the search for the divine realm, or even the research on the secret of immortality, he was included in all of them. Under these circumstances, Master Kingping actually said he wanted to ask for leave, which made Yungsu think he was a bit of a scoundrel. "I'm also helpless about this matter. It concerns Ancestor Bai Guang." Master Kingping had no choice but to tell them about Chen Ziohei's attempt to form his core. Upon hearing this, Yungsu, Meihua, Nangong Xuanyu and the others immediately understood his predicament. Since she is the ancestor's daughter, you should go quickly. Don't delay, the ancestor hates waiting for others the most. Yuangsu softened his tone and personally wrote a note for Master Kingping. 5 peaks of immortal mountains, Wangxian Peak. After obtaining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Chen Ziohe chose this place as his spiritual ground for forming his core. Originally, Chen Mobai thought it would be inappropriate for Chen Ziohe to visit after Bai Guang Leiazu came out of seclusion, but Yu Huoping took the initiative to invite him, saying that the ancestor liked Ziohe very much. Chen Mobai thought that since the ancestor had even given him the finger-pointing sword, it shouldn't be a big deal for him to borrow her precious land to form a core. Even so, he still took leave and specially booked a suite at the Yingxian Hotel in Wufeng Immortal Mountain to stay with Shi Wanyu, waiting at the foot of the mountain for his daughter to form her core. My daughter will succeed, right? She definitely will. Shi Wanyu was somewhat flustered by her concern. Every day she would look out the window at Juxian Peak, watching the spiritual energy of heaven and earth there continuously condense as the core formed, creating a magnificent and colorful scene. She was restless. Don't worry, she cultivates the most balanced and harmonious 5 elements technique, and her foundation has been solid over the years. In addition, with the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, there is no possibility of her failing to form her core this time. Chen Mobai, however, had full confidence in his daughter, believing that the golden core stage would at most require 3 tribulations. There are no heavenly or human tribulations in the immortal sect. As long as Chen Ziohe's foundation is strong enough, and he has a magic weapon to protect his purple mansion and suppress his inner demons, he doesn't know what circumstances would cause her to fail. That's good, that's good. After hearing this, Shi Wanyu breathed a slight sigh of relief and sat down quietly for a while, but her eyes remained fixed on Juxian Peak. On Juxian Peak, Master Kingping and Yu Huiping stood together in front of the wooden house where Chen Ziohe was forming his core. The former, with an unprecedented diligence, grasped the flow of the 5 elements of spiritual energy on the mountaintop and sensed the core formation process inside. After Master Kingping arrived, although Yu Huiping did not say anything, he still sensed the deep, sea-like sword intent in the main hall. He immediately realized that the white light ancestor had also returned in person. Instantly, he focused all his attention and recalled the details of his 5 elements technique core formation 10 times over. Then, using his hundreds of years of teaching experience, he broke down the process and experience and fed it to Chen Ziohe. Although Chen Ziohe was confident, he was not arrogant. He was very grateful for Kingping Shangren's guidance and studied diligently. After confirming that he had no doubts about the process of forming the elixir using the 5 elements technique, Chen Ziohe took the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. However, Master Kingping was still worried, fearing that this little rascal might fail to form his core, and needless to say, he would be blamed for everything. So, from the moment Chen Ziohe began forming his core, he stood guard outside, constantly monitoring the flow and convergence of the 5 elements of spiritual energy in heaven and earth, so that he could immediately intervene and help in case of any unexpected situation. Clearly, his actions pleased the white light ancestor, who was hiding in the main hall. The gaze that had been fixed on his back gradually softened as the aura of the core formation cultivator grew stronger. Chen Ziohe's foundation was so solid that he easily succeeded in forming his core in just 3 months. Master Yu, the next step is to consolidate your cultivation level. I have already shared my insights with Miss Chen. I still have some matters to attend to on Dragon God Star, so I will take my leave now. Once the 5 elements of spiritual energy on Juxian Peak had subsided, and it was confirmed that Chen Ziohe's core formation was perfect, Master Kingping wiped the sweat from his forehead and bid farewell to Yu Huiping. You've worked hard, venerable master. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Yu Huiping took out a wooden box and handed it to Master Kingping, who dared not accept it and refused it outright, and simply went down the mountain. This junior is quite nice, and he's very obedient. After Master Kingping left, Yu Beiguang came out and said to Yu Huiping, "Yes, the Lingxiao jade pendant on Zhao Hai's body belongs to their Taiyuan Academy. If it weren't for this treasure, she probably wouldn't have made it to adulthood." Yu Huiping also had a very good impression of Master Kingping and praised him highly. "Oh, to actually lend Taiyuan Zhenjun's natal magic weapon to my daughter. This person is very generous." Yu Beiguang was even more impressed after hearing this. She recalled a scene from her reincarnated self's memories where Master Kingping was invited to dinner, and at that time, he was quite polite to her when she was only at the qi refining stage. I told him that Zhao Hai is the daughter of your reincarnation, master, which is why he agreed to lend it to him." Yu Huiping, somewhat embarrassed, spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Yu Beiguang's face turned bright red. He looked in the direction where Master Kingping had disappeared and barely managed to suppress his urge to draw his sword. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Yu Beiguang gritted her teeth and said to Yu Huiping. At this moment, she was very glad that she hadn't stepped forward, otherwise she would probably be too ashamed to lift her head now. "Didn't I say before that only a few people in the upper echelons of the immortal sects know about this?" Yu Huiping said with a wronged expression. "You only mentioned the names of the three wonders." Yu Beiguang began to nitpick over the words. As her apprentice, Yu Huiping had no choice but to lower her head and admit that it was her fault. "Besides these two, does anyone else know?" Yu Beiguang continued to press. "That's all. There are only two of them. One is to help recuperate Zhao Hai's body, and the other is to teach her the 5 elements technique to lay a foundation. The only other one is the star-pulling ancestor. I just don't know if he will tell the people who mend the sky." In order to save Zhao Hai, Yu Huiping only sought help from the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Sanju and Kingping. "That's good. Senior brother Kaingsing isn't one to gossip, but I wonder if his disciple can keep his mouth shut." Yu Beiguang breathed a slight sigh of relief, but then he immediately thought of Chen Chun, and his eyes narrowed. He teleported and arrived at the neighboring Juxian peak. "Greetings, Ancestor White Light." Upon seeing Yu Beiguang suddenly appear before him, Chen Chun immediately performed a deep bow. "Have you told anyone else about my situation?" Yu Beiguang spoke with a cold tone and sharp eyes. "I can swear that I have never mentioned the matter of the ancestor's reincarnation to anyone." Chen Chun knew, of course, that this was a matter of life and death, and dared not have any other thoughts. He was about to kneel down and swear an oath to prove his innocence. But Bai Guang didn't want to get involved with the threads anymore, so he stopped her immediately. "HMPH, considering you are my senior brother's disciple, I'll let this matter go. However, if I find out that you have leaked this information, even I won't be able to protect you." After saying this, Yu Beiguang was very relieved that very few people knew about it. "I imagine these people wouldn't dare to reveal their private matters." With that thought in mind, she left Juxian Peak with peace of mind. Chen Chun watched her disappear from the spot, looking aggrieved. She had clearly followed the advice of Yu Beiguang's reincarnation, without any of her own ideas involved. But Chen Chun knew that if he dared to argue like that, he would surely be met with a sword to the head. Was the person heaven guided me to meet the white light ancestor or the pure yang master? However, at this moment, Chen Chun had already begun to doubt his own Tao heart. The first person she encountered was Chen Mobai, and at the time she thought it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. Now it seems that he might be the one with the destiny, while I was blinded by my own preconceived notions, and insisted on believing that he was the reincarnation of the white light ancestor, which led to a series of subsequent events. It is precisely because of this that Chen Chun's cultivation has regressed rather than progressed over the years, and he has even developed inner demons. Yu Huiping informed Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu, who were at the Yingxian Hotel, that very night that Chen Ziohe had successfully formed his core. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Yu." Led by Yu Huiping, Chen Mobai and Shi Wanyu ascended Wangxian Peak and sensed the aura of Zhao Hai's successful core formation within the room. They were extremely grateful to Yu Huiping. "It's all because Zhao Hai is outstanding." Yu Huiping chuckled, and invited the couple to stay for dinner. It is said that there are still many things to do on Dragon God Star. As one of the main generals on the front line, Master Chen Yang must be very busy. Why don't we let Madam Chen stay here? That way, Zio Hai will definitely be very happy after he comes out of seclusion. After forming the Golden Core, it takes a considerable amount of time to stabilize one's cultivation level, which is why Yu Huiping made this suggestion. I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the ancestors' secluded place of cultivation. Chen Mobai clasped his hands in a salute to the main hall of the White Light ancestor not far away. Yu Huiping shook her head repeatedly, indicating that the ancestor was not here anyway, and even if he were, he wouldn't mind the mother and daughter. Then I'll leave things to you with our daughter. As Chen Mobai left, he spoke to Shi Wanyu, who nodded gently, indicating that she would take good care of her daughter. Seeing such a happy scene, Yu Beiguang, who was hiding in the main hall, sighed slightly. She thought to herself that he was indeed the man she had chosen. Such a strong yet gentle husband was probably the only one in the entire immortal sect. She was really lucky. After Chen Mobai left, he quickly returned to Dragon God Star through the boundary gate and diligently set up the Earth Network array. Yu Beiguang arrived at the Lingxiao Palace shortly after Yu Beiguang. However, as soon as she appeared this time, she noticed a powerful aura, like a raging gale from the heavens, emanating from the area. A tall, blonde female cultivator with golden eyes and a long golden dress stood before the Lingxiao Palace, accompanied by Kaixing with a respectful expression. Greetings, Senior Spirit Lord. Yu Beiguang naturally recognized her as one of the two primordial spirits of the Spirit Venerable, and immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. After all these years, little White Light has not disappointed me. His cultivation is now no less than mine. When the Spirit Lord saw her, he smiled gently. Yu Beiguang, who was always arrogant, shook his head repeatedly in the face of the praise, showing rare humility. Although I am also just above the threshold of the void refinement stage, I am still far behind you, Senior. Everyone in the immortal sect knows that the Spirit Venerable, besides having already achieved the pinnacle of immortality in his physical body, has also cultivated two great primordial spirits, the giant Kun and the heavenly Peng, making him the undisputed strongest in the immortal sect. In another 10 years or so, Dragon God Star will be almost completely plundered. When the planet is annihilated, the void power released will be enough to activate the interdimensional gate and perform a stellar teleportation. I plan to take this opportunity to leave. Do you too want to come with me? The Spirit Lord explained the reason for his visit, which Kaixing clearly already knew. After hearing this, Yu Beiguang looked hesitant. The starry sky great shift of the boundary gate allows cultivators to traverse the infinite starry sky in an instant. The reason why the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect were able to come here was because they used the infinite void power that erupted when their own dojos were annihilated. Although Dragon God Star cannot compare to the annihilation of a Taoist temple, it is still quite remarkable, enough to allow them to cross hundreds of distances similar to the Tianyang star system through the boundary gate. This can save a lot of time, and perhaps this will allow you to find a place with more spiritual energy and take the first step towards the void refinement stage. Yu Beiguang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I certainly won't miss it. Ultimately, the pursuit of a higher realm prevailed over everything else. This world is sick. It needs to be cured with swords and forged with iron and fire. To punish tyranny and uphold justice, to uplift heaven and earth and reshape humanity. It all started with the sword in my hand. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to single-handedly destroy this entire world. What aristocratic families, what court officials, everyone is equal in my eyes. Come, 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 you lowly demons, you inferior nobles, all of you will die under my destiny world-destroying sword. Elements, martial arts, cultivation, and the gate between two worlds. End of this chapter.